You guys just got something up on your end that asked for permission for me to record. So I think you have to, is that right? Do you have to check a box or something? You got to do something on your end to make that little screen go away. And again, I'll tell you why in just a second I record. But let me go ahead. I got a brief introduction for us. So we all make sure we start out on the same page. It'll make our time together a lot easier to all be together. So as we said, we're 302 contracts and closings. And that's our focus in this class. We're going to spend part of the time talking about contracts. We're going to do a very in-depth review of our standard offer to purchase and contract. And then we're going to spend some time going to closing. Going to closing includes our closing disclosure. So we're going to review that CD. That's the big math in this class. I don't know if you guys know this yet or not, but 302 is the big math one. You get a little bit of math in 301. I don't think there's any math in 303. Don't hold me to that. It's been a long time since I taught that one. So don't hold me to that. But I don't think there's much math in 303. But 302 is the big math. I need you guys to do the recommended reading assignment. I need you to look in the online learning system that I'm getting ready to talk about. I need you guys to participate in this class because, as you know, you got to pass a test at the end. If you want to check 302 off of your list, you got to pass the test at the end. So if you struggled, why don't you channel your inner pre-licensing self? If you struggled with contracts and pre-licensing, if you struggled with closings and pre-licensing, then I may need you to put a little bit more in 302. Does that make sense? So you know where you were. And always remember, I'm here to help. I'm always here to help. So a couple introductions. Lane is the owner and director of our school. You guys have had some kind of communication or contact with Lane. Isn't she just amazing? Lane continues to blow my mind. If you haven't been blown away by Lane yet, trust me, you will be. She is absolutely incredible. And I feel so honored to have her on my side, in my corner, however you want to see that.
Absolutely. I think Lane's amazing. She was amazing through pre-licensing. She's been amazing through my post-licensing. I try to refer people to her and Carolina School of Real Estate. I mean, it's been a very good experience, especially
It's
working
one
with
word
everybody.
to describe Lane, as I say, efficient.
Say that again, Rachel.
Efficient.
Efficient.
That's what.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Any questions or comments, concerns you have come up about the school or myself, of course, feel free to reach out to Lane. You can call or email her. And then most of you know me. If not, you'll know me soon. I'm going to be with you guys in 302 for the next couple weeks, our time together. If you don't have my phone number and email, I do ask that you go ahead and jot it down because, as I said earlier, I'm a resource for you guys. So anytime you're stuck, anytime you can't get something, reach out to me. My mind reading skills are weak at best. So if you don't reach out to me, I don't know what you need help with. Fair enough, right? So don't be a stranger. Don't hesitate. I know my email's long. If you don't want to write it down, just think about who I am to you. I am Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. So that may help. You want to jot that whole thing down. And you only have to type it once. So there's the good news. So anytime I can help, anything I can help with, please reach out. Couple housekeeping things. We have a 90% attendance requirement in post-licensing. This is a 30-hour class. In a 30-hour class, you can only miss 10%. 10% shakes out to 3 hours. So if you come on late, if you log out early, or if you come back late from break, that all adds up. Should something happen and you start feeling concerned about whether or not you're going to be able to meet the attendance requirements for 302, just reach out for Lane. Just reach out to Lane and she'll work with you and she'll do what we need to do to get you through. But she's not a mind reader either. So 3 hours. If you miss more than 3 hours, then you're not eligible for this end of class exam. But Lane's cranking post licensing out a lot. So she'll be able to get you guys in the next one. So 3 hours. Everybody good with that? That's the max. Okay. Your exam for this class. We'll look at that date in a second. You get a 40 question exam. You got to get 30 right. That'll give you 75%. You get 3 hours for this test. This post-licensing test, you get the longest time. 301 and 303, you only get an hour. 302, you get 3. Why? Because it's all the fun math in here. So you get more time. You also get to use a calculator. Rachel and me, I know you guys got your basic calculator. Dakota, does you still have your basic calculator from pre? They got theirs right there. We're all set on calculators. And just like pre, should you not make a 75% the first time around, it's okay. It's okay. We give you a second chance for free. How many times in life can you say you get a second chance for free? So pre-licensing, post-licensing. I always say the worst thing about the retake is you got to spend some one-on-one time with me. I want to get you guys through it. So if it doesn't happen the first time, that's okay. We'll get you through the second time. But we're not going to worry about a retake right now. That's just an FYI. Still on some housekeeping things. Distractions. Oh my gosh. Do you know what Zoom brought with us? Distractions. There's a whole lot going on at home or in the office, isn't there? I need you guys to be in a distraction-free place. I need you to be in a place where you can be alone. And while you're in your place, I need you to have all other distractions down because like I said, remember you guys, you got to take a test. You have to pass a test at the end of this class. So you can sit here our whole time together and work on other stuff. You can pull other stuff up on your computer. You can play on your phone. You can do any of that. But my question to you is, how's that going to help you check off this box? So I'd like to ask that our time together is a distraction-free time. I would like to ask that our time together, you take those couple extra efforts to eliminate the distractions so we can get you the material we need to get you out. Fair enough? And in post-licensing, we get a little bit more flexibility in post-licensing. Now, I still got a lot of material to cover, don't get me wrong, but a lot of this we've already seen. We've been introduced to these major topics. So now we're just going to take them and kind of expand on them a little bit, grow on them a little bit. And again, especially with a class this size, I want to hear from you guys. Dakota, let's see, I'm sorry. Did you say you were active or inactive?
Inactive.
Inactive. Okay, so Dakota, you are our agent with experience on this call. So it's okay. It's okay. We may rely on you for your experience, your stories, and that's all good. I want to hear from you guys. Like I said, with that being said, I still reserve the right to keep us on track because we got to get through the material. So it's a fine line. I get that, but feel free to be open. Feel free to, say stuff and chime in and share because this is what we want in post-licensing.
Yeah, I know I've had to miss some time in 301 because I've had to pick my son up 3 different times, and yeah,
it adds up.
So hopefully I don't think I'll miss any more time as long as my mom's off work the next 2 days, where she'll be able to help me out.
She can help you out. Good.
But yeah, see. Hopefully I've retained enough information from 301.
301 is broker relationship responsibility, which is just a really fancy way of saying agency. So everything about agency you ever wanted to know and then some, right? There's a lot to deal with agency. I don't think I have to worry about this in this class because I know at least 2 of you. Dakota, you're not licensed in another state, are you?
No, ma'am.
Awesome. We've seen a new trend lately. Let me put it that way. Just real quick, maybe you guys know or maybe you don't. If you have an active license in another state and then you want a license in North Carolina, they're not going to make you take pre-licensing because a lot of that is the national section. So you already had the national section in your state. So if you want to come to North Carolina with an active license, they make you do one of 2 things. Either go past the state-specific section of the state exam or come in as a provisional broker and take all 3 post-licensing. So candidates have options. Most of them opt to do the post licensing, because who wants to go sit for a state exam at, the testing center? The problem we're having is we get agents coming in from Nevada talking about, well, that's not how we do it in Nevada. I don't care about Nevada. I care about North Carolina. So it confuses you guys. It slows things down. If you really want to learn about Nevada real estate, I say go to Nevada Real Estate Commission and figure out how to sign up for one of their classes. But what I want us to do is just stay in and only focus on North Carolina. And I think we don't have to worry about it because we don't know much about other states anyway. So we're all in NC. That's what we care about.
Are you just North Carolina?
I'm sorry?
Are you just North Carolina?
Yep. I'm just here. And
I mean, being in one state's it can get busy enough. I don't know. I know a couple people that are dual licensed in North and South.
Yeah, especially maybe in your neck of the woods or me's neck of the woods, because you guys are a little bit closer to South Carolina than we are,
Right.
And Dakota, the challenge, the thing that those agents need to get in the habit of is asking themselves, what state am I standing in right now? Because that's the state for this transaction that matters. Because if you're doing a North Carolina transaction, Georgia real estate means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And I think these agents, I think they're doing themselves a disservice by comparing, because now they're getting themselves off. And I want to prevent them from getting you guys off as well.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the problem we've been having.
I know South Carolina, their contracts and stuff are not as in depth as ours. They're not as big. That's
right.
I think South Carolina is a little bit more lenient. It's a little bit easier state to work in than North Carolina.
Maybe. And agency is different in South Carolina. And like you said, the contract's different. And if you want to know about South Carolina, go to South Carolina. But right now we're here. I need to know, do you guys have real estate manual? Does everybody have a big purple book? Rochelle's got it. I see me's back there on the copier.
I just got it yesterday.
Just got it yesterday. So we all have the hard book. This class, the good news about that whole book, this class only looks at 3 chapters. Write this down: 10, 11, and 14. This whole book, our whole time together, we're only looking at chapters 10, 11, and 14. And guys, quite frankly, we'll be done with 10 by the end of the night. Again, I encourage you to look through the book. I encourage you to, there's self-assessments in the chapters. I encourage you to put your time into this class so we can get you through the first time. You guys may or may not know, but the hard book, you can also get a digital version. The pluses and minuses to everything. A couple things I like about the digital version a whole lot. First off, when something from the manual updates, if a law or a rule changes, they can update the digital version right then and there. So the digital version is current. Y'all know the problem with the hard book. As soon as that thing comes off the presses, something changes and it's out of date. They update the manual about every 2 years, give or take. You may want to consider the next time they update it. You guys got the manual now, the hard book, but the next time they update it, you may want to consider, instead of the hard book, getting the digital so you have access to it. It's only $25, the digital, versus the $50 hard book. But the manual answers the question, what does the real estate commission think I should do? What does the real estate commission say? So having the manual available to you, having at least the digital copy, does that make sense? Then you have this as a great resource and you always have the current. So I use the manual, I use both. But I use the manual when you and I are together and we need to go in and look at something together. The problem with the manual, it doesn't give us page numbers. They're working on it. But as of right now, it's like chapter 9 is like one big long scroll down thing, right? So it's not as easy to navigate, but they're working on it. They're making progress. Again, just so you guys know that it's out there, it's an option. And when this hard book expires, probably about next year or so, give or take, you may want to consider the digital so you have that information.
How long do they
Questions
last?
or what was that, Dakota? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought you was done. How long do they last before they expire?
Until they update the hard book. So I think it's a 2-year subscription, and they try to update the hard book every 2 years. But I think that $25 is a 2-year subscription, which really is an investment in your career. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. You're looking at what, $12.50 a year as an investment in your career. And like I said, you can get the hard book, but it's $50 and it doesn't update. So I plugged the digital just for you guys to have as a reference. Questions on anything else before anything we just kind of my housekeeping things, the rules and expectations, if you will. So let's see what we got here. I want to go out and introduce you guys to a few things. First off, you got this email from Lane that you used to get into this class, and we decided we weren't sure exactly which email. But if you use the one that just came out this morning, this has the right Zoom link on it. Were we all here when we had that conversation? Don't click on the Zoom link that you guys got from her on May 4th. You guys got an email from her on Saturday. Don't click on that one. We'll use this one going forward. But a couple things I want to point out. First off, here's our dates and the times that we're going to meet. So we're together this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Next week, we're going to do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Did we see that? So make sure you have our class schedule. And then we have learned that taking an exam at 6 o'clock at night, a 3-hour exam at 6 o'clock at night, is tough. It's tough for everybody. So we're going to give you, we've moved our exams. When we have a night class, we've moved our exams to that Saturday morning. So you guys we'll have our exam on the 18th from 9 to 12. More information coming out on that. Right now, I just want to make sure that you have our dates and times, the times that we're going to be together. Everybody have that? Questions on that? Head bobs? A couple other things, some good information. One thing, have you guys gotten yourself set up at the online learning system for the 302 material? If you haven't, check out that email from Lane. We got a little tutorial about how you set up your account, especially you guys, because you have one from pre-licensing. So you want to make sure you get connected to the 302. And then this is the link that you use to access that. Were you guys able to do the online learning system? Were you able to get on to 302? Rachel's on. Dakota, me, were you guys able to get on? Okay, good. Good. I'm going to have you guys, we're going to talk about something you guys may want to consider pulling from there tonight or tomorrow to get you ready for class tomorrow. So I'll show you where that is in just a second. But we're going to use the online learning system as we go through. Let's see, what else is in this email from Lane? Did you guys sign? She needs you to sign stuff. Did you sign the registration and the contracts for Lane? Did you click on those links and just probably .loop or DocuSign one of them? If you haven't done that, yeah, please do so.
I hope I did that for the other one.
She'll hunt you down if you didn't. She'll find you. But if you didn't, click on the links for 302.
What do you do? Contract and register both of them?
Correct.
Okay. I'm doing that now.
And then you come back to us because we don't want you to be distracted. The other thing I want to point out to you guys, I know, let's see, Dakota, did you just tell me you did your pre with Carolina School of Real Estate as well?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys are all familiar with ClassMarker. ClassMarker is how we're going to give you your final exam on the 18th, on Saturday the 18th. So if you haven't, me or Dakota, it might have been a while since you've seen it. So you may just want to look at that tutorial. It kind of goes over how you can bookmark a question, skip a question, navigate the system. So you may want to use that as a refresher. So keep that email from Lane, you guys. We're going to use, again, the one we got this morning. We're going to use this Zoom link every time we meet. So keep that email from Lane. You may even want to put it in a folder off to the side so you know where to find it when you're trying to access class. I don't know what your inbox looks like, but mine, after a while, emails get pushed down and then they go to page 2 and then they go to page 3, right? So you may just want to have a folder where you can access it pretty easily. The other thing we have is the online learning system. So this class, you want to know what we're going to cover in this class? It's in the syllabus. If I can make it easier for you, it's chapters 10, 11, and 14. So we're going to let the syllabus guide us to make sure that we've covered anything. If you want access to it, it's here. And then each section just has some basic information. So there's a Q&A on offer and acceptance. When we get into 2, there's some additional like little quizzes in here, that kind of thing. So I encourage you guys, I don't go in order of the online learning system, but I do eventually cover everything. So I'll talk to you guys about what order I'm going in, but use it as another tool. This afternoon, I also created a folder just for us called Julie, and I'm working on getting my PowerPoints in here. So if you guys don't want to have to write down every single word that I'm getting ready to say, every single word that's on the PowerPoint, you may want to consider pulling up the PowerPoints from here, and then you'll have them to follow along with. The other thing we have, we're recording, as you guys know. So before we meet tomorrow, I'm going to create a YouTube channel just for us. And every class is going to go in that YouTube channel. So I'll give you guys that link tomorrow, and we'll already have tonight's class in it. And then after class tomorrow night, I'll upload the video. And Thursday night, I'll upload the video, and so on. So especially with the math in this class, if you want to go back at your own pace, you'll have the video to do that. So that's why I record, and I'll give you guys that link tomorrow night for class. Comments, thoughts?
I think I've got everything filled out. I
So you
probably
don't have
need
to
to
worry
go
about
back.
Lane tracking you down, Lane hunting you down. She would.
I think I need to do that for 301, to be honest.
You may want to go back at a different time.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's not get too carried away with what we're doing right now.
No, I'm here now. I'm here.
All right. So it looks like, it sounds like we're getting ready to get started officially. So why post licensing? Why are we here? I know, because the Real Estate Commission says that we have to, but why else? Why do they require us to be here? The whole point of post licensing is to increase your competency in regards to your sufficient knowledge and skills so you can better protect the public. We want to have the best interests of the public in our real estate transactions. So post licensing allows us to dig a little deeper, to increase our knowledge, to grow on those skills. Like I said, we're doing a deep dive on the offer to purchase and contract, for example. And it's all about, it all comes down to the bottom line of protecting the public when we're working with them. So hopefully, in post licensing, we teach you how to fish. We're not giving you fish. We're teaching you how to fish. We've already talked about the manual. Somewhere between now and the end of our time together, we'll go out to the Real Estate Commission's website and kind of poke around out there so you guys can have those resources. Because bottom line, when you guys are out in the field, you're going to come across something and you're going to find yourself going, oh gosh, what should I do? What should I say? How would I respond? And you need to know where those resources are, those tools are, so you can make sure you're properly not only protecting yourself, but the public as well. So that's why we're here. North Carolina is a pretty rare state because we're a brokerage state. Other states let you be a sales associate and then kind of graduate to a broker. But North Carolina skips that sales associate mess. And instead, we let everybody be brokers, knowing that you guys are provisional brokers are going to get 90 additional hours. So they let you come in as a broker on that provisional status to give you the knowledge. So with that being said, we're going to get started in chapter 10. Chapter 10 is a very good review. It's a very good catch up or review from our basic contract law. So we're going to get through this one pretty quickly. And then we know we'll have the rest of our time to spend on 11 and 14. So with chapter 10, we're going to define or redefine those basic contract terms. We're going to discuss the essential elements of a contract. What are the required ingredients for a contract? And then we're also going to discuss just basic contract law. So starting on page 293, by the way, my PowerPoints, which you guys have available in the online learning system. Can you guys see this? Bless you. In the bottom right down here, the 293. I know sometimes you guys can and sometimes you can't. This is your page number. This is where we are in the manual. So if you want to follow along in the manual, or if you want to follow along, whatever works for you. I really honestly don't see the benefit of writing down every single word of the PowerPoint, because if you're writing, it's hard to listen. I would rather give you guys my PowerPoints to give you the ability to listen. So that way we can do both. And remember, we're recording. So if you walk away tonight and go, what was chapter 10 about? You'll have that recording. You can go back and review it. So the first thing we're going to do is define what the heck a contract is. And a contract can be defined as a deliberate agreement between two or more competent parties supported by legal consideration to perform or abstain from performing some act. Basic contract law is going to apply for our real estate transactions, our sales contracts, our leases, any purchases or exchanges. All fall under the definition of basic contract law. Understand, these contracts that we're dealing with, sales contracts and leases, these are legally binding contracts between the parties. We are helping the buyer and seller legally bind to each other, legally commit to each other. You and I are not attorneys, unless you are. Are any of you attorneys? No. So we are not attorneys. We're not here to practice law. I'm not here to interpret the law. However, because we work with contracts daily, we need a basic understanding of the ins and outs of a contract, a basic understanding of how contracts work. And that's basically what we're doing in chapter 10. Some contract terms for us to be familiar with. Contracts may be expressed or implied. I think this is a problem topic. I think we tend to think something that's expressed, it means that the terms have been clearly stated. That's it. That's all express means. The terms have been clearly stated. Maybe those terms have been stated in writing. Maybe those terms have been stated orally. Doesn't matter. Something that's expressed means that the terms have been clearly stated. Now take that a step further, and our real estate contracts are required to be in writing. That comes down to our law, our general statutes, etc. Something that's implied is suggested by your actions. We're just acting like we have a contract in place, even though we never had the conversation or signed anything. As you guys can imagine, implied is like never allowed. Anything we do has got to be express. If we're creating agency, if we're creating a sales contract, it's all express. Implied is not enforceable. Express. And to cover yourself specifically, we want that express to be in writing. Me and Rachel know this. Dakota, I want you to write something down for me real big. You ready? They could probably finish my sentence. You ready?
What was that?
Document everything. What do we document?
Everything.
Every single thing. If you find yourself going, gee, I wonder if I should document this. Yes, document everything. That's our proof. Some more contract verbiage. Contracts may be unilateral, they may be bilateral. In contract speak, lateral means side. And what we're saying is how many sides have to perform. In a unilateral contract, only one side has to perform. We have an example of that in real estate, and that's our option to purchase. We will talk about that a little bit when we get to chapter 11. Everything else that we do is going to be a bilateral contract, which means both parties have something to do. Let's look at specifically at our sales contract. The seller agrees to sell, the buyer agrees to buy. Both parties have duties and obligations to each other. So most of what we do is a bilateral, but like I said, we do have an example of a unilateral that we'll talk about, our option to purchase. Contracts can be executed or executory. An executed contract is one that has been fully performed. In our verbiage, it's closed. There's nothing else left to do. All performances have taken place, all money has changed hands. An executed contract is a done deal. The new deed has been recorded. An executory contract is a contract in motion. We have a contract, but there are still things that need to be done. The best example of an executory is our contract to closing process. We know we can get our buyers and sellers under contract, but we're not actually going to close for a couple, 3, 4, 6 weeks, whatever. And during that time, that contract is in motion and it's an executory contract. Now you guys have figured out real estate's one of those fun industries where we have several words that mean different things, right? So executed is one of those fun words. Executed could refer to the fact that the contract is closed, is fully performed. Executed could also mean that a document has been signed. So for example, when you're negotiating an offer, let's say you and another agent are negotiating an offer back and forth. That other agent, once their client signs, that other agent may call you and say, this contract is executed. They're not telling you it's done. They're telling you that it has been signed. We still have that contract to closing period before we can get it to close. So we got to use our context clues when we're talking about executed. We need to make sure we're saying it right. And when we're listening, we need to make sure that we're hearing it right. We're using those context clues. I'm going to go off book for just a second, just one slide, because I feel like if we're in the throes of comparing words, I have 2 more words I'd like to compare to you guys that we're going to look at, talk more about. But I think it's important that we see a difference between an addenda and an amendment. When you guys see the word addenda, what I really want you to see is the word add. That's right. An addenda adds to and becomes part of the offer, and upon acceptance, the contract. We're going to look at some examples of some addenda. We're going to look at our FHA VA addenda. We're going to look at the lead-based paint. We're going to look at the more commonly used addenda, not all of them, but the more commonly used addenda in this class. And I always like to compare an addenda to an amendment to make sure that we're hearing the difference. An amendment, we're already under contract. And for whatever reason, buyers and sellers decide to enter into what I call like round 2 of negotiations. Maybe we're negotiating repairs. Maybe we're negotiating in lieu of repairs, the seller's going to do closing costs, right? We are out there renegotiating. We're trying to change the terms of the original contract. And if we change any term, we have amended the contract. We have changed. We have forms for this as well, of course, and we'll talk about those. I guess I should have mentioned, I already warned y'all about the math in this class, but there's also some forms in this class as well. So in addition to the contract, we're going to look at some of those other forms that go with the contract. We definitely like our paperwork in real estate, and we're going to see a lot of forms specifically next week. How are we doing? We doing good? Give me a second to get a sip of water. All right. So let's talk about the validity of a contract. First off, understand this. It's not my job to determine if a contract is valid or not. Is it your job to determine if a contract is valid? Nah. Whose job is it? You see Rochelle's mouth moving? I'm thinking she's saying, the judge? Is that what I saw? It's the judge's job to determine if a contract is valid or not, or the validity of a contract. We can have little red flags go up. We can raise questions about it. But bottom line, what's it mean coming from me? If I say this contract's not valid, what's that mean? Absolutely nothing. So when we talk about the validity of the contract, this is the judge's job. A valid contract satisfies all the legal elements. It has all of the essential elements that the judge is looking for. Now we'll look at those essential elements in just a second. A valid contract is binding and fully enforceable by both parties in a court of law. In other words, if the parties take a valid contract to the judge and say, I want out of this, the judge is going to look at that valid contract. They're going to say, well, there's nothing wrong with the contract. It has all the essential elements. If you want out, you're going to be in breach and you will have to suffer the consequences of breach. They don't have an out in the contract because it's valid. Fully enforceable, binding on both parties. The judge may look at that valid contract. Did you hear what I just said? The judge may look at that valid contract and decide that one party shouldn't have to perform. And if the judge looks at that valid contract and decides one party shouldn't have to perform, the judge may make the contract voidable. Understand, if it's voidable, there's nothing wrong with the contract. The contract is perfectly valid. It's voidable because one of the parties went to the judge and said, I shouldn't have to carry through with the terms of this contract. Now I'm going to look at some examples in just a second. Understand, with a voidable contract, if nobody takes it to the judge, we still have a valid contract that could be carried out voluntarily. It's only the judge that decides if it's voidable or not. So if none of us say anything, if none of us go to the judge, we still have a valid contract that could be carried out. However, if one of these parties goes to the judge and says, I shouldn't be forced to complete the terms of this contract, the judge may look at it and say, it's voidable. So who is this one party that might make it voidable? A minor could make it voidable. There's nothing I can do to stop a 17-and-a-half-year-old from signing a contract and entering into a legally binding contract. Nothing I can do about that. The court can't make the 17-and-a-half-year-old buy a house because they are a minor. So if that minor takes their valid contract to the judge and says, I'm 17 and a half, you can't make me buy this house, the judge is going to say, you're right. This contract is voidable. The minor could make it voidable. What if somebody was under the influence, prescription, legal or illegal substances? If they weren't of their sound, sober mind, and they can prove it when they enter into a contract, the judge may make it voidable. As agents, we can be careful. Some people, some brokers would tell you, I'll let you guys make your own decisions, but some brokers would tell you that it's not advised to try to do business at a party or try to do business at a bar. If you're sitting there drinking and your buyers and sellers are sitting there drinking, this could lead to all sorts of things down the road. So just be very, very careful, especially with the state of mind of your buyers and sellers. And then also, if we don't have mutual consent, if we didn't have a true meeting of the minds, that may make the contract voidable. I got a few other examples we'll see in just a second, and we'll talk about mutual consent. We'll refresh on that as well. If The judge looks at the contract and says, this is missing an essential element. The judge is not going to say it's valid. They're going to say that contract is void. So if we're missing any one of the essential elements, the judge is going to call it void. Understand, contracts can be one of two things. They can either be valid or they can be void. The difference in the two is whether or not we have all the essential elements. We have all of the required ingredients. If we're missing an essential element, we have a void contract. Again, though, you guys, who gets to make that contract void?
Judge.
The judge. So if nobody takes this contract to the judge, we could still carry this out voluntarily. Is everybody with me? It's only the judge that can call it void. So if the judge doesn't know about it, the judge can't do anything, and we could still carry it out voluntarily. Isn't that something? Somebody's got to step up, is what we're saying. Somebody's got to step up and say, something isn't right. Some examples of the void contract: any illegal act. I mean, you can't have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. Makes sense, right? Cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. If there's any discriminatory practices in the contract, I think you guys do a refresher. I think it's 301. You do a refresher on fresh corn and federal fair housing. So if any discriminatory practice, any forgery, if any documents have been forged, signed by somebody it's not who you say you are, or if the party's been declared mentally incompetent by a court of law. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second, because when parties have been declared mentally incompetent, there's a level that can make the contract voidable. There's another level that can make the contract void. So we're going to talk about those levels, and we're going to do a nice side-by-side comparison in just a second. By the way, I was going to say, for those of you who don't know me, so Dakota, when I say in a second, that could literally in a second, that could be next Thursday. But when I say in a second, we'll get to it between now and our time together, I promise. That's my timeline for you. Somewhere between now and the time we're done. All right, so we've been mentioning these essential elements. So let's talk more specifically about what these essential elements are. And I tend to look at these essential elements as required ingredients. Have you guys ever baked a cake before? See some head bobs. Maybe you haven't baked a cake, but you've eaten cake, right? So we're all familiar with cake. You just got to have certain required ingredients to bake a cake. What do you need? Flour, water, oil, and egg. If you try to bake a cake without flour, you're not going to get cake, are you? You're going to get goo. If you try to create a contract without an essential element, we don't have a valid contract. We have goo. We don't have an actual contract. So when we talk about these essential elements, what are the things that the judge is looking for? The judge is looking for mutual assent, and we're going to talk more deeply about each of these. The judge is looking for mutual assent. That's our meeting of the minds. We got to show that the parties came together and voluntarily entered into the contract together. Number two is the problem topic of our essential elements of a contract. Any legally binding contract has to have some form of consideration. There is no such, there are no free promises. There are no free acts. There are no, if you're doing something in exchange for something, there's got to be some form of compensation. Now, I think we tend to always think of compensation as, or consideration as money, as compensation. It's anything of value. Maybe I say, we'll enter into this contract, and instead of me paying you, I'm just going to give you 3 free months of rent. Is free rent something of value? Is a gas gift card something of value? Is a week of groceries something of value? What about a round of golf at the beach is that something of value? So consideration doesn't always come in the form of money. And I think that's what the problem topic is. But that doesn't say money, does it? It says consideration, something of value in exchange for the act. Essential elements. We have to have legal capacity of the parties. We'll talk a little bit more about that. We have to have lawful objective. Again, I can't have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. And then the last piece, the fact that the contract has to be in writing is brought to us by our old friend, the statute of frauds. Statute of frauds requires our documents to be in writing. So we're going to meet our old friend again, and we're going to do a little refresher on that in just a second. So we got the overview, we got the overall. So let's take a few minutes and just break this down, each one at a time. So first up, we got mutual assent, also known as meeting of the minds, also known as offer and acceptance. All three of these, I'm saying the same thing. The parties have come together and they have agreed that they want to enter into this contract together. So an offer must be made, it's considered, and then eventually it's accepted. Once it's accepted is when we have contract. The offeror is the giver of the offer. Or if you can hear it better, the creator of the offer. 9.75 times out of 10, the buyer is going to make the first offer to the seller. But I don't want you guys to get it so stuck in your head that that's the only way it works. There is no reason why a seller can't make an offer to sell to the buyer. So the offeror typically is the buyer, but don't get that stuck in your heads. The offeror could also be the seller. All I'm saying with the offeror is it's the giver of the offer. The offeree then is the receiving, the one receiving the offer. So understanding those terms going to get you through this test, but it also may help you better interpret that contract if we know what's going on. So for simplicity, let's say the buyer is the offeror and the seller is the offeree. The buyer's making an offer to the seller. The offeree always has three choices. The offeree can accept it, they can reject it, or they can counter it. Is Rochelle still dreaming about this? So if they accept it, they agree to, listen to me, all of the terms exactly the way they are. Y'all, my team, we had an incident, we'll call it, last week. We went under contract, or I didn't do it. They went under contract with a date of May 31st. Once everything was signed and done, the seller said, oh, the 31st isn't good. Let's just close on the 30th. Guess what? Any change, I don't care how small and insignificant it can seem, it required an amendment. It required to change it because we didn't agree to all those terms exactly how they are. Does that make sense? The seller had to change a part. Guess what? They had to amend the date again. Now I think they're closing like June 3rd or something. I'm like, y'all need to get this straightened out, right? Because I always change it. But you guys are with me, right? One day in the big picture of life, what's a day? But the fact is, if I propose to close on the 31st and you say, no, the 30th, we don't have acceptance. We got to have all the terms exactly how they are in order to have acceptance. If you reject the offer, you've killed the offer. The offer is dead on the table. Can you revive a rejected offer? I've seen head shake no. It is dead on the table. There is no bringing it back. It's done. A counteroffer is a rejection with a but. I'm good with all these terms, but the purchase price and the closing date. We've agreed to some of it, but now we're going to counter. We're going to make a new offer for the rest of it. And what I like to do, because I like to see who's the offer or who's the offeree, I like to see what's going on with this contract. So I like to draw my contract communication wall, we'll call it. So we can actually see this thing going back and forth. So we have the buyers, the offeror, we have the sellers, the offeree. Buyer makes an offer, the seller. Seller has three choices. The seller can accept it, they can reject it, or they can counter it. If they counter it, it's a rejection with a but, and the roles reverse. The seller becomes the offeror, the buyer becomes the offeree. Because the seller countered it, they have killed the original offer, and we reversed the roles. Now the seller is making a brand new offer to the buyer. And as the offeree, what are the buyer's three choices? They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. The only thing to end a counter offer is acceptance or rejection. We could counter this thing for weeks if we wanted to. There is no end, there is no limit. The only thing that ends a counter offer is acceptance or rejection. Now we're going to get more and more into this contract communication wall. We're going to discuss there's this magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. So we'll revisit this contract communication wall so we can see when that magic moment in time is. We also need to bring agents into the mix. What happens when you and I are involved, and how do we play in the contract communication wall? So we're going to build on this, is what I'm saying. Do I have any questions so far, just meeting or reviewing the contract communication wall?
All of this is still so fresh to me, so I'm good.
Good. Isn't it good? I think sometimes it's good to take post early. Rachel, I did 302 back in March, and I had a girl, she'd been licensed for like 14 months. She's like, I don't remember any of this. And I was like, well, why would you? You know, I think she really, really struggled. So good to check in, a good refresher, good to prepare you for the rest of this class. So this mutual assent, a little bit more on this. An offer is a promise by the offeror to the offeree. As we've been saying, something of value must be offered. Maybe it's money, maybe it's that free round of golf, maybe it's love and affection. Isn't love and affection something of value? That is consideration. If you can, I don't hate to say it, but if you can put a price tag on it, it is consideration. You know, if my parents wanted to give me the house, I hope they wouldn't charge me much, but they might agree to sell me their house in exchange for love and affection. It might depend on the day of the week that I catch them, right? But I'd like to think I get some kind of discount because, you know, I think my parents wouldn't charge me as much as they would you, but who knows, right? But that could be the consideration. An offer is definite and certain in its terms. When you get an offer, when you look at an offer, you shouldn't have any, well, what does this mean? Or what are they asking for? The best thing, if you have a question about an offer, you need to get it figured out before you present it to your clients. Because if you're questioning it, isn't there a really good chance that they're going to question as well? So with us being the broker, the professional in this transaction, if we have a question or concern about it, if it's not definite or certain in its terms, then we need to get clarification so we know what it is that we're presenting our people. Another word, offers may include a contingency. A contingency says something's got to be complete in order for us to continue. Contingencies, examples of contingencies might sound something like, I agree to buy your house if I can first sell mine. That contingency is I'm not legally obligated to buy your house if I don't sell mine. Do you have to accept that contingency? Do you have to agree to do this? No, you can reject that offer, can't you? You can counter that offer. Another contingency that we might hear in real estate has to do with the loan. I'm not going to buy your house until I get loan approval. And if the seller agrees to that, if you agree to that, then I'm not legally obligated to buy your home if my loan's denied. That's what a contingency does. It puts in a little twist, if you will. We'll see this again. We'll mention this when we look at our contract. But right now, understand our standard sales contract does not have any built-in contingencies. Could the parties agree to add a contingency? Shake your head, yes or no. Could they, yes or no? Could they agree to add one? Sure. That's part of the negotiations. That's part of the fun of the negotiations. So if they agree to add that, I will also say that contingencies are one of the few things out there that we don't have a pre-printed form for. So if I don't have a pre-printed form, what do? Got to pick up the phone and call somebody, don't we? Thank you for not saying, sit down and write out the contingency. That's what we do, Julie, because guess what? We're not attorneys. We can't do that. Anything that legally binds people, we can't write that out. Also understand too, that the listing agreement and advertisements are not offers. They're simply advertisements. Sometimes you might see an MLS, $500 buyer's agent bonus with acceptable offer by Friday at 5, for example. Well, what's the catch there? Acceptable offer. If you don't bring an acceptable offer, you're not going to collect that $500 bonus, right? Who decides if this is an acceptable offer? Who has to accept the offer? The seller. So whether or not they accept your offer, if the seller says no, that advertisement means nothing. That listing agreement, whatever, that means nothing. Listing agreements, agency agreements are something totally different than the sales contract. Those advertisements, it's all got to be spelled out in the contract. To have that acceptance, we have to have acceptance. I got to have a couple of things to have that acceptance that go from an offer to a contract. And the first thing I have to have is acceptance. It's a promise by an offeree to be bound by the terms of the offer. Now, I told you guys in pre-licensing that when you see the word acceptance, I need you to verify. I know that it's been signed. That's it. In pre-licensing, know that it's been signed. Same thing on your exam and post. When you see the word acceptance, know that it's been signed. In the real world, when the other agent calls you and says, my guys have accepted, your knee-jerk reaction should be to ask, has it been signed? Because if you got verbal acceptance, you got nothing. So when the other agent calls you and says, hey, we've accepted, great, has it been signed? That's what we need to verify in the world. We need to verify that it's been signed. Guys, this has happened. I got so many stories over the years. Seller has verbally accepted an offer. Seller has verbally agreed to an offer. And before everybody could sign it, another better offer comes in. Which one does the seller sign? The second one, the one they get the most money, right? Buyer number one is going, that's not fair. They accepted my offer. If they verbally accepted it, what you got? Nothing. Before we can tell our buyers that we're under contract, before we can tell our sellers we're under contract, we need to make sure that it's been signed. Yeah.
So going, I wanted to touch on that a little bit just to see, I know, I have seen that some realtors or agents like to, they like to do their counteroffer and negotiations through email prior to putting them on the contract. So even though you get that email saying with all the details broke down with the acceptance, the due diligence, earnest, and everything, even though you get that, it's still you can't hold them to it, or can you hold them to it?
I'm going to say the answer to that is it depends. There was a big hoopla a couple years ago about how agents need to be careful that our emails aren't binding our buyers and sellers, that our verbiage is clear that this is a counter offer and this is not, or for example, this is part of the negotiations and this isn't. So again, words matter. We need to be careful what we say. There have been some cases in other states. It hasn't hit North Carolina yet, but there have been some examples in other states that the agent's email by the judge has been proven to legally bind the buyer and the seller. So again, Dakota, we need to be very, very careful what we say. And to your point, most of the time we are negotiating via email or text between the agents, right? We're only drawing this thing up on paper once, going back and forth. So what we have now is you and I are negotiating. I have all the information in the email or the text. The buyer's agent, once the seller says once the listing agent says my seller will accept that, the buyer's agent now goes back to the paper, types in the newly agreed upon terms, has their buyer sign it, send it to the listing agent to have the seller sign it, and then we have communication of acceptance, and then we're under contract.
Right.
So our negotiations in email and text, unless we're just flat out saying, my guys, be careful what you say. Like I said, that case hasn't hit North Carolina yet.
Yeah, it was more or less like what I was referring to is the listing agent coming back and saying my seller agrees to so. So that kind of,
you get to that contract and you fill in so and so, so and so, and so and so, and get your buyers to sign it and get it to the seller so they can sign it. That's the piece we got to keep moving.
yeah. I just didn't know if that was like considered binding with them coming back as long as my my buyer.
I got to have both parties sign.
Yeah.
And we got to have communication of acceptance. So could you? Yes. But we are not going to. We're going to be very careful in what we say, and we're going to make sure that we're awesome. I'm so glad you guys have accepted. I am sending you the revised offer now for your parties to sign. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We got to get that over and get that thing signed. We got to get it off email and make it legit. If this goes to court, the judge isn't going to ask you to see your email. The judge is going to ask first to see the contract. So we got to get this thing to the paper. We got to get this judge ready, if you will. Let's say that. And technology made negotiating offers tricky. Technology helps in many ways, but doing this on text, doing this on email, it required us to come off the paper, and it made it a little bit more challenging for us.
Statue of frauds, Julie.
Statue of frauds. That's it. That's exactly it. What I'm telling you guys, I did an open house. One quick thing before we go to break. I did an open house many years ago. This is before this crazy seller's market. And I had a couple came in. They were pretty quiet, which is fine. And they came in and they were ready to leave. And I said, did you guys have any questions? And they said, no. They said, we'll be really honest. We're a little discouraged. They said, we lost our dream home. And I said, oh, I hate to hear that. And they said, yeah, the seller said that they had accepted our offer, but before they could sign, guess what? That better offer came swooping in. Which one did the sellers accept? Not these guys. And then they said, the interesting thing about this is they said, we don't play that game. And I thought, it's not really a game. It's basic contract law, So you may not have had pre-licensing, you may not have had Chapter 10, but this is how contracts work. If you got verbal, you have absolutely nothing until we have that contract signed in writing and signed and communicated. We ready for a break? Let's take our first break. Let's take 10. So I tend to set a timer to help keep us on track. And that way we have no questions about how long a 10-minute break is. If this starts getting away from you, you may want to set 9 minutes and 30 seconds on your phone to tell you that it's time to get back to your device. Does that make sense? But 10 minutes, we're going to come back and we're going to keep going in 10, chapter 10. guys hear that? Did you hear that? Okay, I don't know if my sound setting was off or not. I should have warned you, especially if you didn't remember the bell. Because your dogs typically don't like my alarm. So if you have dogs, are they freaking out right now? All right. Welcome back. So we got our acceptance. Like we said, the offer is made. One of the options is to counter it. A counter offer is a rejection. That's important first. A counter offer is a rejection. Their offer is rejected and a new offer is made. Usually a counter offer sounds something like, my guys are good with all these terms, but this, and this, whatever it is that we are negotiating. Because a counter offer is a rejection, once it's been countered, it's dead on the table. There is no going back. Now, let me ask you guys this. Let's say I counter it, you reject it, we decide we're done. We've agreed that that offer, those offers are dead on the table. Could we come back? Could I come back and make a brand new offer with those exact same terms? Could I come back and make a brand new offer with those terms that you rejected? Yes, we can start over, but we can't go back. Everybody good with that? We can't revive it, but we can start fresh. We can start anew. And I think that happens more than what we realize. People reject it, usually in the, emotions and feelings and stuff like that get involved, and then they wake up the next day and go, what did I do? I rejected that offer. You kid me. And they call their agent and they say, haha, just kidding. I want to accept that offer. That's where we need to know we can't go back and accept it because it's rejected. So now we're going to call the other agent. We're going to say, my guys are bringing an offer, they're not done. Does that make sense? That's where we need to know that once it's done, it's done. This idea of communication of offer, let me go back for a second. I feel like I've skipped something. I don't want to do that before I go on. So let's come back to this and let's come back to our contract communication wall and kind of this better idea of the offer or the seller is the offeree. Kind of this better idea of when this offer becomes a contract. So we'll make sure we're on the same page. So the buyer is acting as the giver of the offer. The seller will be the offeree. The buyer's making the offer to the seller. The offeree has three choices. They can accept it, reject it, and counter. As we said earlier, if the seller counters it, those roles reverse. The seller becomes the offeror, making the offer to the buyer who's the offeree. The buyer is the offeree now has three choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Let's say that the buyer accepts it. For our test, we know that it's been signed. For the real world, we need to verify. That listing agent calls you and says, my guys, or that buyer's agent calls you, and says, my guys have signed. Listing agents, your knee-jerk reaction, they've accepted. Your knee-jerk reaction is to stop and ask them, but has it been signed? I need you to verify that in the real world. So step one, to go from being an offer to a contract. Step one is we have acceptance of the last offeree. We have a signature of the last offeree. And then the next piece that we need, we got to have communication of acceptance. The fact that it has been signed has got to be communicated to the party that made the offer. The offeror has got to know that their offer has been accepted. Now, when we talk about communication of acceptance, and we're going to talk about acceptable forms of communication of acceptance, but hear what I'm saying. We're talking about communication of what? Of the fact that it's been signed. Communication of acceptance. Acceptance means it's been signed. I'm not talking about delivering the document. I'm not talking about getting you the offer to purchase and contract. What we're talking about for contract formation is letting the offeror know that their offer has been accepted. And those are the two pieces that we need to go from an offer to a contract. We have to have acceptance of the last offeree, and then we have to have communication of acceptance across the line. We're going to see this line. We're going to talk more about this a few more times in this class, actually, because it's really important that we get this, because this is like one of the best ways we can protect our buyers and sellers. Do not call them and tell them we're under contract if we're not. You call them and say the sellers have verbally accepted it. I will let you know as soon as it's been signed. Make sure you're using those right words. We're also going to see this again and again. And on your exam next week, I'm going to encourage you guys to draw this out, because you're going to have a scenario that's like this long. You may remember this from pre-licensing. It's like this long, and they counter and it goes back and forth a few times. But bottom line, at the end of the problem, we need to know who the last offeree is that needs to accept it. And then we need to see that communication of acceptance crossing the line. So I recommend the line to help you sort through that problem. And again, we'll see this a few more times. So with that being said, there's a couple different acceptable forms of how we can communicate acceptance. And basically, you guys, communication of acceptance can happen in any method that the parties agree. So if the parties agree to do email or fax or snail mail or carrier pigeon, doesn't matter. Whatever the parties agree is an acceptable form of communication will work as communication of acceptance. Remember what it is that I'm communicating. I'm communicating the fact that it has been signed, that it has been accepted. You can have oral communication. You could pick up the phone and call the other agent and say, my guys have signed. By the way, I'm out in the car, I'm out and about, and I'll get back to the office this afternoon. And as soon as I get back to the office, I will email you this signed contract. That happens later. Again, I'm not talking about delivery of instrument. I'm talking about communicating the fact that it's been signed. That's what puts us under contract. We could do personal delivery, so you could actually drive the contract, the signed contract over there. Electronic methods is what we're seeing more today, email and text specifically. Understand, you guys, I think brokers, you're okay, but not all of your buyers and sellers have an email address. So email may not be the only way that we can get this thing to happen. You may work with somebody that doesn't have an email address, in which case we still got to go old school and get those wet signatures. Wet signatures is referring to somebody putting pen on paper. Another method, acceptable communication of acceptance, that again, we're not seeing that much, but you know what? It could still happen, is the mailbox using the USPS. I've been in transactions before where the other side was in another state. Now, they opted to do like overnight, like FedEx overnight. Luckily, we didn't have to follow the mailbox rule, but I still needed to know that these documents were coming from wherever across the country. With the mailbox rule, there's a couple things we need to take into consideration. So if we're going to go old school and mail communication of acceptance, we need to follow the mailbox rule. And what the mailbox rule says is that communication of acceptance is received when the document is placed in the properly addressed envelope, and the properly addressed envelope is placed in the federally related mailbox. A federally related mailbox is one of those big blue boxes that you still see floating around. You can also take it straight to the USPS. The mailbox at your house is not a federally related mailbox. So I have to have it, and this is key. I got to have it properly addressed and placed in a federally related mailbox. That is a form of communication of acceptance. That's what the mailbox rule tells us. It doesn't matter that the recipient won't receive the document for 2 or 3 days or weeks or however long it takes these days. All we're doing is communicating the fact that it has been signed, communication of acceptance. Also understand with the mailbox rule. The mailbox rule only applies when we're communicating acceptance. The mailbox rule doesn't apply if we are terminating, if we are negotiating. It only applies as a method of communicating acceptance. I think in today's world, we're not using them. We may be mailing our documents. We're not using it as much to communicate acceptance because we have other methods to communicate with each other. But it's still important. I think it's still worth knowing this information. I mean, the mailbox rule, this thing goes back to the days of the Pony Express, back way, way back in the days of the Old West. I mean, this is one of the oldest things that we have in this country. And as long as we have mailboxes, it still applies. Another thing when it comes to communication of acceptance, communicating to the agent is just as good as communicating to the principal. Once you tell me we're under contract, congratulations, we are under contract. Calling my party, calling my side is kind of a formality at this point. Once you communicate to me, communicate acceptance to me, then we are considered under contract. So let's go back and revisit our line now that we've seen a little bit more. And now we're going to throw some agents into the mix. So the buyer has an agent acting as the offeror. The seller has an agent acting as the offeree. So we know the drill. In our example, the buyer's making an offer to the seller. Actually, let's back up. Let's get a full in-depth what this looks like. We're going to let you be the buyer's agent. You're out tomorrow afternoon showing property to buyers. And let's say you're showing them 3 properties. And they walk in the 3rd home you're showing them and they go, oh, this is it. This is the one. Let's write it up. And you go, woo. So you go home. You talk to your buyer. You fill in the terms of the offer. How much do you want to offer? How much do you want for due diligence, earnest money? Do you want the home warranty, etc.? We go through and fill in the terms of the offer. Buyer's agents, you're going to have your buyer sign this offer. So you fill in the blanks for them. And when everything's complete, you send it to your buyers. If you're using an electronic method like DocuSign or Dotloop, you send it to your buyers for them to sign. Once your buyers sign, then you send the listing agent the offer. You present the offer on behalf of your buyers. So an offer has been made. The buyer is the offeror, has made an offer to the seller. The seller has 3 choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Let's say in this case, the seller accepts it. They say, I'm good with everything. I'm not changing everything. That's happened to me one time in my career where we didn't have to counter anything. One time we didn't have to counter anything. And my response was, are you sure? Because I just wanted to make sure that they were good with everything. The seller accepts it. The seller calls their agent and says, I have signed this offer. When the seller calls their agent, did communication cross this line? No, we still stayed over here, right? Now the listing agent calls you, the buyer's agent, and says, my guys have accepted. And you say, but has it been signed? And when the listing agent says, yeah, it's signed and it's in my inbox, and as soon as I get back to the office, I'll send it to you. You don't have to wait for them to get back to the office because you have received that communication. That communication has crossed the line. Congratulations, folks. We're under contract. As the buyer's agent in this scenario, what's the very next thing you're going to want to do? You're on mute.
You want to get the contract to your client's hands.
Yeah, we got to call the buyer and tell them the good news, right? Hey, guess what? the sellers have accepted your offer. The agent's sending me the contract this afternoon. As soon as I get it, I'll send it to you. But congratulations, you are under contract. We got to let them know. And understand that phone call is not a, are you sure you still want it? That phone call is congratulations, you got it. Because when it comes to communication of acceptance, communicating with the agent is the same as communicating directly with the client. What questions do I have on this? So let's look at an example together. Let's walk through a scenario similar to what we've been saying. A buyer who is represented by an agent has presented an offer to the seller on Monday. On Tuesday, the seller decides to accept the offer. They sign it on Tuesday night. Seller's agent tells the buyer's agent that the seller's accepted the offers. Let's stop and see what we got here. I have acceptance. And then we have the seller's agent telling the buyer's agent that we've accepted. Do we have communication of acceptance? Seller's agent. So I got acceptance and I got communication of acceptance. What do y'all think? Are we under contract? Congratulations. That's all we need are those two pieces. But it's late. And the buyer's agent decides to wait until Wednesday morning to tell the buyer the good news. Buyer sleeps on it. And guess what they think they're going to do when they wake up Wednesday morning? They think they're going to change their mind. But guess what? It's too late because that communication of acceptance crossed the line. We went under contract last night when the seller's agent told the buyer's agent that the seller has accepted. The fact that the buyer's agent didn't communicate with the buyer until the next day does not allow the buyer to be out. This is a great example for us about the importance of communicating effectively and quickly. Now, remember, you guys, buyers and sellers, they're the boss. And if your buyer looks at you and says, do not, under any circumstances, call me after 8 p.m. ever, then we're going to follow their instructions, right? We're going to do what they say. And I may say, that's great. Understand, if we're in the throes of negotiations, though, things can still happen after 8 p.m. So what's the earliest I can call you the next morning? You guys with me? We need to make sure that our buyers and understand, especially when we're negotiating late, we need to make sure everybody understands once they tell me we have communication of acceptance. Do I have any thoughts on that?
We are quite crowd tonight.
I'm getting you there. Don't worry. These smaller numbers are tough, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll have you guys. I'll be shushing you guys before it's over. All right. Let's see. We're still in this mutual assent. Let me just say one more thing. A couple things to understand how to terminate an offer. Note that says terminate an offer. We're going to talk about terminating a contract in just a second. So what terminates an offer? Well, we've already said a rejection and a counteroffer because a counteroffer is a rejection. A lapse of time. The offeror is free to put an expiration date on their offer. So the offeror may say this offer is good until 5 p.m. on Friday. And at 5:01, if we don't have acceptance, the offer is terminated. Other lapse of time could be within a reasonable amount of time. The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. I think I want to say that again. The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they put an expiration date on it. So if I tell you this offer is good until 5 p.m. on Friday, and I wake up tomorrow and say, nah, I can revoke my offer at any time prior to acceptance. So this lapse of time, if the offeror feels that the offeree has had the offer for too long, they're always welcome to say, take it back, I'm done. The other thing that'll terminate an offer is death or insanity of the offeror. We're going to learn when we look at our contract that death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once we're under contract, if the parties pass away, if any of the parties pass away, the contract's still valid. The contract is still enforceable. The contract specifically says that this contract is binding on the parties and their heirs. When do heirs kick in? Only when the parties pass away. So death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once you're under contract, you're in. If the heirs can't or won't finish the terms of the contract, then they are in breach and they suffer those consequences of breach as spelled out in the contract. So one of our essential elements, the first piece of you will, is this mutual assent, also known as meeting of the minds, also known as offer and acceptance. Another essential element is our consideration. Like we said, it's anything bargained for in exchange for a promise, anything. Typically, we're going to talk about money, but it could be anything. It could be anything that has value on it. We could exchange a promise for a promise. We could agree to reciprocal promises, like we said, for love and affection. We got to have two acts going on. One party's got to do something in exchange for something else. And that's what we're saying with consideration. Another essential element is this legal capacity. Not much we can do to stop a minor from entering into the contract. However, the minor can't be made to carry through with the terms of the contract. So minor in North Carolina is considered anybody that's under the age of 18. If somebody's been declared mentally incompetent in fact, but not legally declared, or if it can be proven that somebody was intoxicated or under the influence when they entered into the contract, they may be able to make the contract voidable. And again, we're going to do a side-by-side. This mentally incompetent, there's a piece on that we need to talk about. So I got a side-by-side comparison coming up. Legal capacity. Somebody who's been declared mentally incompetent by a court of law can make the contract void. This is the slide I really wanted you guys to see. When it comes to these mentally incompetent, anybody that's been declared mentally incompetent in fact, in other words, the medical profession has weighed in and declared you mentally incompetent, that could make the contract voidable. If the person has been declared mentally incompetent by a court of law, now the judge has stepped in, now the court of law has stepped in and declared you mentally incompetent, that'll make the contract void. So when it comes to mentally incompetent, the difference in void and voidable is whether or not the courts have stepped in, whether or not the courts have issued that. Does that help? I like this little slide here. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you so can you come back from voidable, but you just can't come back from void, or can you not come back from neither one?
No, because once the judge says it's voidable, they've decided that that one person shouldn't or can't carry through with the terms. So once it's been declared, you're done. Yep.
So both of these are done.
Yep. Yep.
It's confusing why they want to use two different words if they both are the same result, kind of, you know?
Yeah, I know. And in the void and the voidable, I know they kind of, seem similar. The voidable, though, like we said, the contract itself is perfectly valid. It's one party that can make it voidable. So it's the person. If a contract's void, now there's a problem with the contract. So I don't know if that helps, Dakota, but I always remember contracts are either valid or void. Those are the only two statuses of contracts we have, valid or void. It's the person that could make it voidable. By the way, I know we're in different places, Rochelle. I'm not sure what you got, but it looks like I got a heck of a storm brewing up. Fingers crossed I don't lose power or internet. But I just like to, in my experience, if my power goes out, just hang tight and I'll try to get back to you guys. And if I can't get back to you tonight, then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. But if power goes out, hang tight. Maybe I'll get back to you, maybe I won't. But we'll figure it out. I don't need all three of you calling me at the same time, all three of you calling me at the same time. So just know that Lane and I would be in touch. If I can't make it back to you, Lane and I would be in touch about what's next. Rochelle, did you have a question?
No, I didn't. I was just looking out the window.
Okay.
You said something
Yeah,
about
I
the
keep
storm.
looking at my window. It's getting a little darker and a little darker out there. So I might the spring showers, spring storms, and they just kind of pop up out of nowhere. So we'll see what happens. All right, so legal capacity, another essential element, lawful objective. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. So any contract that violates any law, that's going to make the contract unenforceable or void. And then the last one, contracts have to be in writing. The judge isn't necessarily looking for this, but it's a statute of frauds. Statute of frauds requires certain documents to be in writing and signed so that they are enforceable. We're going to do a little deeper dive into statute of frauds in just a second. But this is the statute, the act that says, if you want this thing to be enforceable, if you want this thing to stand up in a court of law, then we got to get it in writing, signed. Statute of frauds. Questions about our essential elements, those 5 required pieces. All right, let's go back and let's revisit this necessity of mutual consent, this necessity of the true meeting of the minds. Again, if it can be proven that we didn't have a true meeting of the minds, then the judge may make the contract void because we're missing one of those essential elements. So if there's any question about whether or not the parties voluntarily entered into the contract, then what we're questioning is this mutual consent, this offer and acceptance. So a couple things to take into consideration with this mutual consent. Mistake of fact. A mistake of fact is a mutual mistake. Both parties made the same mistake. It's a mistake about a material term. The seller believed in their heart of hearts that this was right. The buyer saw no reason to question them. Nobody meant to. It wasn't fraud. It wasn't negligent. It was just a mistake. Errors happen. These are humans, you guys, and mistakes happen. Mistake of fact may make the contract voidable. The judge may not make the other party bind to this contract if that mistake of fact is the mutual and material terms. So mistake of fact may make the contract voidable.
Did you give an example of that, Julie?
What if I'm selling land and I think I have 5 acres? I bought, let's say I inherited it. I didn't even buy it. I inherited it. I got stuck with it. And the estate attorney told me, yeah, you got left 5 acres. And I say, okay. And I don't question it. And then I later go to sell that 5 acres and I advertise 5 acres. Buyer comes along, we go under contract. Buyer has a survey done. And guess what? There's only 4 acres. We're both shocked. I'm like, what? And the buyer's like, what? That would be a mistake. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't fraud. I wasn't setting out. I thought I had 5 acres. That's what they told me. And I never questioned. Does that make sense? I made the mistake. You made the mistake. That judge may look at the buyer in that case and say, this contract is voidable. They may let the buyer out. Are there other things we can do? Maybe we can renegotiate the price, da, 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 da. But at the end of the day, this contract of 5 acres, because that's not what I have. So any mistake, that's that material term, any of the facts, the information in the contract. Mistake of law. Have you guys ever heard the saying that ignorance is no excuse for the law? It is presumed that everybody has access to the law. Either we know it or we have access to it. So I didn't know isn't going to be an out for anybody. Mistake of law is not going to excuse a party. And I love the example of this in your book. It's on page 304. And on 304, we have the story of Willis versus Willis. And in Willis versus Willis, a widow signed her last will and testament, and then she later signed a deed to convey the property that she owned to one of her two sons that was going to reserve a life estate for her. That son died before she did. And she thought, well, that's okay. I'll just give the property to my other son. But guess what? It had already been deeded to the son that passed. It had already happened. It had already transferred. And when that son died, the property went to his spouse, his wife. Isn't that something? So now who got the property out of all this? The daughter-in-law. But they came back to Willis and said, it was a mistake of law. If you didn't want to deed it to him, you could have reserved it. You could have put it in a trust or an estate. But the fact that you already gave it to him, you can't take it back. When he dies, his wife gets the property. There's nothing anybody can do about that. The law costs money. We all know that. The law costs money. But in something like that, isn't it worth it? Because now this mother, this Willis, doesn't have her life estate, not unless the daughter-in-law would give it to her, which I guess that would depend. Maybe that's a good reason to be nice to our mother-in-laws, right? So we can have that goodwill. So that mistake of law, it's not going to excuse the parties. Again, that's that old saying. Everybody is presumed to know the law. And if you don't know it, you have access to it. This is not the time to pinch your purse strings. Similar to what we said earlier about mistake of fact, what if I knew I had 4 acres? I knew darn well it was 4 acres, and I still advertised it as 5. Now I've crossed that fine line into fraud. The difference in a mistake and fraud is intent. With fraud, the judge is looking for these 4 pieces. Is there false misrepresentation or omission of a material fact made with knowledge that it was false? It's a lie, and you knew darn well it was a lie. You made that false statement with the intent that it be acted upon by the other party. They jumped on the fact that they thought they were getting 5 acres when you knew darn well you only had 4. And then it is acted upon by the other party. That other party may have the option to make the contract voidable. That other party may be able to go to the judge and say, fraud, I know it was fraud. They know it was fraud. And if the judge can prove fraud, that other party may be able to make it voidable. Compare fraud, again, similar to that mistake of fact, to our innocent misrepresentation. You didn't know. The difference in the two is intent. Did you mean to lie? Did you mean to get that false information out there? Either way, though, the party that was lied to, whether you meant to or not, somebody was still lied to, and they may be able to make the contract voidable. Also, with mutual consent, we got lots of other acts and laws that we need to follow. It's not just the Real Estate Commission. Another thing we need to be aware of is the Unfair or Deceptive Trade Practices Act. The name tells us everything we need to know about it. It is preventing people from acting unfairly or deceptively when they're engaging in trade, when they're trading in business. So anytime you're providing a misleading opinion, failure to disclose a material fact, that misleading advertising, make sure that your advertising doesn't have false information, especially if you're going to use ChatGPT to write your remarks. I don't have a problem with ChatGPT writing your remarks, but make sure they get it right before you publish it. Misrepresenting the nature and extent of any kind of warranty, maybe like a builder's warranty, for example, they have that implied warranty. So any misrepresentation of that, that all falls under the unfair deceptive trade practices. The unfair deceptive trade practices applies to me and you when we're engaging in real estate, and it also applies to owners who regularly engage in real estate. So typically speaking, the FSBO, the one that only sells a house every 8, 10, 13 years, whatever, they're not going to be held liable. However, if you're a FSBO investor and you sell homes as a FSBO for a living, you're going to be held under that unfair deceptive trade practices. If a party enters into a contract under duress, if you enter into a contract under duress, you have felt violence or the threat of violence. You feel that you are going to be physically harmed if you don't sign this contract, or your family is going to be harmed if you don't sign this contract. You have entered into the contract under duress. And after the fact, if you can prove it, the judge may make the contract voidable. It's all about proof. That's the key here, you guys. You're going to have to prove it. The judge has got to believe that you felt that violence or threat of violence. Similar to duress is undue influence. Undue influence is the emotional piece of it. You're taking advantage of somebody's emotions. Examples of where we see this, you may have the person doing the undue influence is in some kind of power position. They have some kind of one-up over the one that they're entering into the contract. I think the best example of this that we see that pops up on the news every once in a while, you have the family that hires the caretaker to take care of our family, our elderly family members. So maybe it's time for grandma to have help, round the clock help. So we hire somebody to come in and take care of grandma, and that caretaker convinces grandma to give her their house. That could be proven as undue influence. And again, if we can prove it, if the family can prove it, that may make the contract voidable. You're just taking advantage of somebody because of your situation, because of your relationship. And that may make the contract voidable. So several examples here for us about when can we make a contract voidable, that kind of thing. I think when it comes to those, I think the PowerPoints are a lot easier than sorting through for your book. But we got a couple different, avenues here for you guys, whichever you see the best. That's why I want to make everything available. So you guys can take whichever tools work best for you. What questions do we have? All right, let's talk a little bit more about statute of frauds. We've already said statute of frauds require certain documents to be in writing and signed. Why? The whole reason we require them to be in writing and signed is so they are enforceable. If we have an oral agreement, it is unenforceable. If we have a handshake agreement, technically, you could agree to buy my house on handshake. The problem is if we have a problem and we take that handshake agreement to the judge is going to say, show me your written contract. And that's per the statute of frauds. The whole point of the statute of frauds is try to prevent perjury, forgery, dishonest conduct, and false testimony. If you guys have bought a house recently, or when you go with your buyers to buy a house to the attorney's office for settlement, one thing the attorney is going to ask your buyers for is their driver's license, to make sure the people sitting there buying the house are the ones that should be sitting there buying their house. And I know this sounds funny to say, but it happens way too often. Make it as part of your checklist when you're getting your buyers ready for closing. Remind them to bring their driver's license. It amazes me how many people are driving around and riding around without a driver's license. I can't tell you how many stories over the years I've heard of people getting to closing and the buyers don't have a driver's license. So you may just want to take that extra step to save yourself some time. Statute of frauds that says that all contracts to sell or convey land has to be in writing. They get specific about leases. Any lease that's exceeding 3 years has to be in writing. Any lease more than 3 years has to be in writing. Statute of frauds doesn't require a year lease to be in writing. You can still have an enforceable lease. Statute of frauds only requires leases 3 or more years. Isn't it just good sense to get all leases in writing? I mean, if you wanted to rent my house for a day, wouldn't it make good sense for us to put that in writing? This is where we need to make sure that we understand there's a difference in what you and I are saying. There's a difference in what the statute of fraud is saying. The test is going to ask you about the statute of frauds. So when it comes to the statute of frauds, what do we need to know about leases? Anything more than 3 years has to be in writing. That's their rule.
Now, Julie, does it have to be at least more than 3 years? Does it have to be recorded or okay?
Connor asks, yep,
Okay.
yep, that you
Okay.
got it. So Connor says, you know what, that sounds good. If you got to put it in writing, then let's go ahead and record it. But again, that's only anything more than 3 years. Yep. Statute of frauds takes that a step further, and they said if we're not in writing, then we're gonna consider this contract void. This is a state law. That's that NCGS. That's our North Carolina General Statute. You don't have to know the number. I just have it there for a reference for you. If you want to dig a little deeper on statute of frauds, NCGS 22.2, put it in Google, and you'll be off to a great place to start to learn more about it. Not just that it has to be in writing. Statute of frauds says, okay, what is it that we need in writing to be enforceable? We need the names of the parties. We need the subject matter. We need the material terms. And then we need the signature of the party to be charged, the signature of the party that's accepting or taking the offer. Another really good example about this in your book. Now I'm on page 307. At the bottom. So the seller gave the buyer an option to purchase land for $45,000. Buyer paid for the option. They gave him a check in the amount of $500. The check was endorsed and cashed by the seller. The front of the check, the buyer wrote for option on the rest of total tract at $45,000. Weeks later, the seller refused to convey the property, claiming that the option did not comply with the statute of frauds. This went the whole way up to the Court of Appeals. They found that the check met the minimum requirements. The check had the items that we're looking at on our screen right here to say that it is enforceable under the statute of frauds. Now, with that being said, if we look over on page 308, it goes on to say that this example is not here to encourage us to use checks to create legally binding documents. This is not why they have this story for us. They give us a story to show us how little information is needed to comply with the statute of frauds. And that check, I mean, that thing's only like what, this big? It had all 4 of those pieces, and the Court of Appeals ruled it good. So just be careful. Words matter, you guys. And the statute of frauds agrees with that as well. So just be careful and know that size of the document, the content, if it has those 4 pieces, statute of frauds may say we're good to go. Statute of frauds also says that contract modifications and changes must be in writing by both parties. So once we're under contract, if we have any changes, we've mentioned that round 2 of negotiations, we got to have all that agreed to. Any kind of change, any kind of amendment, we got to have that agreed to. Comments? Let's talk about our e-transactions, our e-documents. You guys probably saw something similar to this when you signed the contract for Lane. I'm pretty sure she uses .loop. She used .loop? Maybe, not sure. Okay, doesn't matter.
It just
You
had
saw-
my name. It didn't. I just typed my name. It didn't give me a cursive situation.
You didn't see this.
No, I just typed my
Have
name
you
in.
done this before? Have you done another contract for her before? Because it might have been it picked it up from the first time you did it.
I don't know. It made me type. It said confirm your name for signature,
Yeah.
but it didn't give me a spot for no signature.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
So what I guess what I'm trying to say is we saw something similar to this. And one thing with electronic transactions, once you agree to allow your electronic transaction, what you are saying is that your e-signature is your binding signature. So once you agree to use your e-signature, in this case, the adopt and sign example that we have here, I tell you right now, my wet signature looks absolutely nothing like that. I could take this and I could sign my name on a piece of paper and that looks two totally different things. Even though this e-signature doesn't look like my wet signature, because I agreed to use this e-signature, I have to agree to allow that as my legally binding signature. And probably we don't know this because a lot of the times we don't click on that terms of use. A lot of times we don't agree to all those terms and conditions. Have you guys ever sat down and tried to read one of those? What is it talking about? How many times do we take the time to read? Honestly, I don't. Do you guys take the time to read those terms? And yeah, we don't. We just, yeah, I agree to everything you have to say. Click on the button and move on. Had we taken the time to read these terms of use, terms of conditions, we're going to see that part of the requirement for electronic transactions is require this agreement to allow your e-signature to count as legally binding. Dakota, I just mentioned because sometimes once you send something out once, so Lane, because you're in another pre-licensing, maybe when you signed up for pre-licensing, you might have, but once you send something out once, the system might have remembered you, but you should have had the option to click on term of use at least once.
Yeah, we use SkySlope with my firm.
SkySlope is one, DocuSign, .loop. I'm going to say those are the big ones, but there are going to be other ones out there as well.
SkySlope looks the cleanest out of the other ones I've seen, I think.
Cool.
It's like some of the listing agents have used some of the other ones, and it seems like it's just not as clean.
So it could just all be personal preference, bottom line, whatever your firm's providing you is what you're going to use. That's the bottom line. What your firm got, you got,
Yeah. Like like when they send their contract back, their dates and initials and stuff might be in like squares or rectangles, like in real small. I don't know if that's .loop or DocuSign. I don't know which one that is. But as far as SkySlope, the date is actually just put there, and the initials and stuff are just put there like it's a wet signature instead.
Right. So yeah, I mean, they can all look a little different. And they should, right? Because they are all different. They all should offer different things. So again, whatever your firm has decided to use is what you guys will probably use. And nothing else to save you costs. You could branch out on your own and get your own account. I don't know what going out on your own costs, but I do know through my firm, that's part of my plan. That's part of what I am joining the firm with. Electronic transactions. We got a couple rules that regulate our e-transactions. And one of those regulations we have is the UETA, or we have the state level of the NCUETA. UETA is just our Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. And this is the rule that applies to our e-signatures, our e-records, and our e-documents. So we got the UETA, and then we got the state level. Couple things that they require. They say our signatures are legal as long as we agree to use as electronic means. In the previous example, once you adopt and sign, you have agreed to those terms and conditions. You have agreed to let that e-signature count as your legally binding signature. The UETA is who requires dotloop, DocuSign, and SkySlope to disclose you are getting ready to use an electronic signature. And once you agree to this, then it becomes binding. Funnily enough, we also have a very small blip in our contract about e-transactions, e-signatures. So we actually are covered twice. We're covered through the electronic program that we use, and we're also covered in our contract. But remember, you guys, I can't make anybody. So if they don't have an email, can I make them use e-signatures? We got to have agreement to do this. And if they don't have an email, what do we got? The UETA defines these electronic signatures, some kind of electronic sound, symbol, or process that's attached to the record or adopted by the person that's going to sign. The process, I hate these. The process, they show you 6 pictures and say, click the pictures that have a fire hydrant, or click the ones that have a crosswalk or street lights. You guys know what I'm talking about? I hate those things. What do you do when the teeny tip of the fire hydrant is in the little corner on the other box? Does that count or not? I don't know if it's supposed to be there. Those things will drive me nuts. But that's that process. Part of it is you agreeing to do it. The other part is you proving that you're a real person. You're a real person sitting there doing this signature. Again, North Carolina General Statute, you do not have to know that. I just have it there for reference. And this North Carolina General Statute is what requires that we give this statement, what requires that the consumers understand before they sign that their electronic signature will be counted as their legally binding signature. Similar to the UETA, but one big difference, we have something called e-sign. E-sign is the electronic signatures in global and national commerce. This is what regulates e-signatures across state lines. So the NCUETA covers us when we're in state. What if you're working with a buyer that's in California, though? Now we got those e-signatures crossing state lines, and that's where the e-sign kicks in. What's that? There's another old saying. Technology moves faster than the law. You know, I remember, yeah, I don't think I mentioned this beginning of class. I've been in real estate since 2001. So I'm 23 years in. I remember, I don't know how to date myself, but when I started, we didn't have this fancy e-signature stuff. We didn't have this e-sign, UETA, all this other stuff. And I remember as the technology started coming, real estate wasn't ready to adopt because we had to wait for the law to catch up. The technology was there. We had to wait for the law. And the laws we got were, for example, the NCUETA and the e-sign. This is kind of what gave us the ability to use the technology. I'll share this with you before we go to break. I will never forget. This is probably 2003, 2004, somewhere in there, maybe 05, even 6, I don't know. I will never forget when my very first agent sent a document out for an e-signature. That is one of those defining moments in my life. You know, some of those moments you knew where you were and what you were doing at the time. My agent, he had a listing in Yadkinville. We were in High Point, and he had a listing in Yadkinville. And he was doing an agency agreement extension. So he was extending his listing. Prior to e-sign, he would have had to hop in his car and drive from High Point to Yadkinville to get his sellers to sign it, and then turn around and drive back. What is that, an hour and 10? Hour and 15, somewhere in there? We all huddled around his desk and watched him send this electronically. And within seconds, the seller had sent it back signed. And he didn't even have to get in his car. Today, we treat this like it's just something that we do, but understand once upon a time ago, it was an ordeal. It was a process. It was a very exciting thing. So don't take these kind of things for granted. Don't take these kind of things for advantage. Knowing what we can do now that we couldn't even do 15 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. So thank you to the laws for catching up with us. Any questions?
I had a question off this subject. Since you said you've been around since 2001, I was curious. As a realtor, have you ever, like during the bad times of I think 09, 2008, 2009, 2010, was it rough?
It was
Or
rough. It
I
was
didn't
rough.
know.
And back in the housing market crash, Dakota, whoa, I might have been licensed, but I wasn't practicing yet. So I got an administrative background. So the first 14 years of my career, I spent the behind the scenes taking care of the agents.
Oh yeah.
And I was an admin when this happened, but I tell you, I had my hours reduced. I had agents dropping off like flies. I mean, it was a tough, tough, tough time.
I didn't know if things were still moving decently, if it wasn't too bad. I didn't know how it was.
Some business was happening. We were dealing a lot of foreclosures, a lot of short sales. And think about it. If my agents aren't producing, doesn't that affect home inspectors, appraisers, lenders, surveyors, closing attorneys? I mean, it was all that trickle down kind of thing, you know. Stuff was happening, but not enough to keep all agents and offices afloat. It
Right.
was tough. It
I
was
just
tough.
didn't know if it's kind of like economy proof, because it seems like it's been doing really well.
This is what I know. There are real estate is a market, and you're always going to have highs and lows. And there's been some rules, some things put in place, like TRID, for example, that we're going to talk about in this class. There are things in place now to keep, hopefully, we're going to have lows in real estate again. It's just the market. But hopefully, things like TRID are in place now to prevent us from going that low again, because that was tough. I expect coming out of this market, this crazy sellers market, I expect we're going to have a low, but I don't think it's going to be as low as the housing market crash. I think that's as bad as we're going to see it. My opinion, you know what they say about that, but that's just my opinion. But I hope. I sometimes feel like I should have a T-shirt that says "I survived the housing market crash," you know, because it was like that. It was really like that.
Yeah. Are we going to have a bigger break today? Or are they all going to be 10 minutes?
About 10 minutes. Yeah, I try to shoot for an hour-ish on the hour-ish.
Okay, because I didn't know if we was going to have one that was a little bit bigger. I was going to run to the store if we did.
No, just, 10 minutes about on the hour. So with that being said, let's take 10 and we'll come back and keep going in unit. Where are we? Chapter 10. Welcome back. Okay. We know we got laws and rules that allow us to do e-signatures. Remember, we just got to have their permission, their consent to do so. And again, the takeaway, the key from this is they can't come back later and say, that's not my signature, because they agreed to do this. They agreed to let this happen. We talked about how we can terminate an offer. Let's talk about the different ways that we can terminate a contract. Now, the big thing I want you guys to get from this slide is the agreement of the parties. Can we all agree that if the parties had to agree to get into the contract together, then the parties can agree to get out of? The parties can agree to end their contract, to discharge their contract. The rest of this stuff is not important. They can release each other. They can do a novation. They can substitute one contract for another contract. We could modify the agreement and agree to release each other. Accord and satisfaction is kind of like partial agreement. Maybe, for example, I promised you Whirlpool appliances. And when I went to the store, Whirlpool was sold out. And they said, we're not going to get another shipment in for 3 months. We're on back order. I may not be able to deliver as promised. So instead of Whirlpool, would you agree to Samsung instead? That would be a partial agreement. I'm still giving you the appliances. I just can't give you the specific brand that I had originally promised. The old school way of doing it, before we had all this technology to mess things up, when the parties agreed to release each other the contract, they would actually take the paper contract and they would take their red pen and they would write cancel across it. I don't know a better way to cancel a contract than just flat cancel that thing. Again, what I want you guys to see from this slide, the parties agree to get into the contract. The parties can agree to get out. Agreement of the parties may discharge a contract. How else can we discharge contracts? Full performance. When we get this thing to closing, both parties have done what they promised to do. The seller sold and the buyer bought. Deed changed hands. That is going to terminate the contract. The terms of the contract are fulfilled and the promise has been made. If either party doesn't do what they promised to do, they are considered in breach. When we do look at our sales contract next week, we're going to have remedies for breach for both buyer and seller. So our contract is very clear. What happens if the seller breaches? What happens if the buyer breaches? Any good contract is going to have remedies for breach already spelled out, so we don't have to deal with it if and when we cross that bridge. Impossibility to perform. If the buyer finds out once we're under contract that they're not going to get loan approval, it's impossible for them to do their part. What's their part? To buy your house. And if they can't get loan approval, it's impossible for them to do that. What if there's been a few cases over the years, we go under contract, and after we're under contract, the property or the seller loses the property to foreclosure. The courts have taken the property. It's impossible for the seller to perform when it's no longer theirs to sell. Does that make sense? So those things would discharge the contract. And then operation of law. If the judge takes the property for any reason, maybe it's foreclosure, maybe it's eminent domain, maybe it's adverse possession. If the judge takes the property for any reason, then operation of law would discharge a contract. Contracts may be assigned. If a contract is assigned, simple definition, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties. The assignor has assigned their rights, their duties, their responsibilities to the assignee. We have changed the names of the parties. I think a great example of an assignment is if you ever have bought a home and you got a loan, and shortly after home ownership, the lender may sell your loan to another lender, to another servicer. That would be an assignment. The only thing that changed is the name of the lender. Your interest rate is going to stay the same. Your payment's going to stay the same. All the terms are going to stay the same. You're just no longer dealing with lender ABC. Now you're working on XYZ. Whether or not a contract can be assigned has to be spelled out in the contract. So whether or not it can be assigned and how, and it's in our standard offer to purchase and contract. So we will see that next week when we look at our sales contract. The courts give us some rules for interpreting contracts, how the courts may see this. One rule for interpreting contracts is referred to as the parole evidence rule. And what the parole evidence rule says, the final written word of the contract is going to prevail any over previous advertisements or negotiations. We know, for example, that the refrigerator is personal property. The seller may put it in the advertisement, refrigerator to stay with acceptable offer. The buyer asks about it. The buyer's agent says, oh yeah, you get the fridge. The buyer's agent calls the listing agent, says they get the fridge, right? And the listing agent says, oh yeah, they're going to get the fridge because they brought an acceptable offer. Everybody's on board. We're all on the same page that the buyer's going to get the fridge. But guess what? The fridge never made it to the contract. Is the seller legally obligated to leave the fridge? And the answer is no, because the parole evidence rule says the final written word of the contract will prevail. That's very important for us because we are the ones writing up the contract. All agreed upon terms, all negotiated items must be in the contract, or we have nothing to make it stick. Dakota, did you have? No. So parole evidence rule says the final written word will prevail. Again, the courts also give us some other rules for how we can interpret contracts. The courts are how they interpret contracts. The courts interpret contracts as a whole. They're not going to piecemeal it. So they're not going to say page 1 is good, page 4 is not. Either the contract is good or it's not. It's an all or nothing. So they're going to interpret it as a whole. Ordinary words are going to be interpreted in their ordinary meaning. So in real estate, we tend to have our own jargon. We have our own language. But remember, we're drafting up these contracts for non-real estate people, for people that don't know our broker language. So make sure you're putting in ordinary words. Make sure you're putting in non-broker speak. All of our jargon, this industry, we love our acronyms. Acronyms don't go in the contract. We need to make sure that we spell it out. The whole point is, can the parties pick this contract up and understand what's in it? Can the parties interpret that, no matter who's writing? Written provisions prevail over pre-printed language. So if the parties cross through and write something out, then that will override the pre-printed contract, the pre-printed document. And then any ambiguous language, anything that's unclear or uncertain, is going to be held against the party that drafted it. So again, it's just another way of saying, make sure what you put in this legally binding contract is clear to all parties. Ask yourself, can they pick this thing up and understand it? Can they pick this thing up and read it? And that's what we want to make sure we get in their contract. Let's talk about some remedies. What happens if either party wants to get out? They may be facing some remedies. And the first set of remedies we have are money damages. The non-breaching party may be awarded some money damages. Compensatory damages. I always think of compensatory damages with receipts and invoices. Compensatory damages are meant to make the injured party whole. And we're going to make them whole by reimbursing them for money that they've already spent. For example, if the seller breaches, the buyer may be able to go after them for compensatory damages. They've paid a due diligence fee, they've paid an earnest money deposit. They can prove that, right? What if they've had the home inspection done, the survey, the appraisal, all those things that they paid for that they wouldn't have if they weren't under contract? Because they can show proof, those receipts and invoices. If the breaching seller wants out, they may have to make the buyer whole again with their compensatory damages. You know, and bottom line, if the seller's not willing to sit down and write out a check for those compensatory damages, then the buyer may be able to go after them in court, and the buyer will take their contract with them. And the contract's pretty clear about what happens if the seller breaches. Consequential damages. Again, we can sue the non-breaching party. These are things that happened, but maybe we couldn't plan on them happening, things that are kind of out of our control. So if that buyer does have to take the seller to court for their compensatory damages, they may be able to throw in consequential damages that might include the buyer's unexpected attorney's fee. For example, had this seller not breached, I wouldn't have had to pay you anything, but because they did and you wouldn't, I got to pay the attorney. So not only do I want you to make me whole, but I want to go after you for those consequential damages. Another example, we're going to learn in our contract that if the buyers, for example, if the buyer's home inspector damages the property when they're doing the home inspection, the buyer's on the hook for paying for that. That would be a consequential damages. If they're not willing to sit down and write out a check, then the seller may take them to court for trying to get those consequential damages. The other money damages we have are liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are money damages that are agreed on at the time we enter into the contract. So we know if you breach, this is how much I'm going to get. The contract spells that out. For our sales contract, the seller is awarded liquidated damages in the event of the buyer's breach. The buyer's not in breach until after the due diligence period. And if after due diligence the buyer breaches, the seller will keep the due diligence fee and they will keep the earnest money deposit. Aren't those negotiable terms? Aren't those two things we agreed upon when we entered into the contract? Those are the seller's liquidated damages. And again, the contract's pretty clear. If you breach, this is what I get. So the seller's telling the buyer, if you breach, my liquidated damages are the due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit. And then the contract goes on to say that that is the seller's sole and exclusive remedy. So in other words, that's all you get. Listing agents, make sure your seller is good with the due diligence and the earnest money, because that's all they get if your buyer breaches. Thoughts on that? The breaching party may not want to go after money damages. The breaching party may want to go after something called specific performance. Specifically, the breaching party that we're referring to, specific performance is something that the buyer has to go after the breaching seller. So the seller breaches, not that they can't sell, but that they won't. They've changed their mind. Nah, I don't want to sell. I had sellers once. I mean, they were like rip roaring ready to sell. I mean, we were on the market less than a week. I couldn't sell it fast enough. They're like, we'll give these buyers whatever we want. They were rip roaring ready to go. The repair request came in and they're like, oh my gosh, we'll do it all. We want to do it all. We want to keep these buyers. We want to keep them happy. I mean, they were like more than excited, more than accommodating. We were still negotiating the repair request. And they called me and said, guess what? We have good news. And I said, oh, what's your good news? And they said, we're pregnant. I was like, oh, yay. And then they said, we don't want to sell our house anymore. We're already under contract. We have a legally binding contract. And 2 hours ago, you were, hot and heavy all over these buyers. I said, no, 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 we don't want to sell. We want out. Well, as a listing agent, I said, you need to understand, if you terminate, just because you change your mind, that's not a good reason. And I know in their mind, I'm pregnant and I don't want to move is a pretty good reason. But guess what? They already have that legally binding contract, that legally binding agreement to sell. And I told them the buyers could come after you. They could come after you for compensatory damages. They could come after you for specific performance. And they said, well, what do we do? And I said, you talk to your attorney. That's what you do, because you need to understand those consequences of your breach. They ended up selling, by the way. They were not happy about it, but they ended up selling. So we didn't have to deal with them. Had they decided to not sell because of their change in status, the buyer very well could have come after them for specific performance. And with specific performance, the non-breaching party is trying to make the breaching party perform as promised. What is the seller's obligation? To sell, to pass clear marketable title. And specific performance, if the buyer wins, the buyer could make the seller sell. I'm not going to say, I think words like never are pretty strong words, so I'm not going to say that. What I will say is very rare will the seller be able to go after the breaching buyer for specific performance. I'm not going to say never, but I've never heard of it going the other way. I've never seen it, story, tale, nothing. Where we see specific performance is the buyer going after the breaching seller. If it's a matter of can sell, what if they can't? What if they don't have the money? You can't bleed a turnip, right? You can't make them perform if they can't. So this would be, like I said, if they want to change their mind, if something happened, this is just an option that the buyer has spelled out for them. Also, with contract remedies, one of the parties may have the option to rescind their contract. If you rescind your contract, you take it back. If you put down any deposits, you'll get your money back. Both parties go about their lives as if this never happened. Everybody's put back in the original position they were in. I'm going to test your memory. Y'all are going to hate me. Let me test your memory. Who can remind me how many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract in a timeshare? Yeah.
7.
Not 7. That'll answer my next question.
5.
5 with the timeshare. What do you remember about timeshares? All we need to know. 5, 5, 5, 10. Jazz hands. So it's one of it's one of those. So the timeshare, the buyer of a timeshare has 5 days to rescind. Dakota, how many days does the buyer of a new construction condominium have to rescind their contract?
7.
7 days. So we have that recession period for those couple of examples right there, right? There may be others, of course, but those are the two that we know the most. And that's what we're saying. You put a deposit down, you'll get your money back. Both parties are put in the same position they were in before we went under contract.
Julie, now you done pick my brain. What is the second 5? 5, 5.
Okay, so
10 is the escrow.
10 is the escrow. So 5 separate time periods over at least 5 years.
Years. Okay.
So that tells us what falls under, you can call it whatever. You could call it, Julie's vacation resort. But if your commitment is 5 separate time periods over at least 5 years, it's a timeshare. The buyer has 5 days to rescind, and then the developer has to keep that deposit in their escrow for 10 days. The last little piece, I told you we're going to just chuck right on through chapter 10 tonight. The last little piece of this chapter is to talk about auctions. Again, just very, very brief. Have you guys ever been to a real estate auction? Any of you ever been? Me's not. Dakota, have you been? No. No. That'd be a fun field trip if we have time, but we don't have time, and this is a night class. So, huh?
I've been to like little mini auctions and stuff, but never like a
Like an
Right.
estate? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would be so. I want to go just to, be a fly in the yard and hang out in the back of the front yard, just watch it all from afar. I think it'd be interesting to experience it once, especially one that's I don't know what they call it, high bidding, right? Where like the bidders are like down to the last. I think that would be interesting.
I did. I actually did walk through an estate before the auction and stuff happened. It was happening like the following day or something, but they're still letting people walk through the house and look at the
Okay.
cars and stuff. So I was that close to it, but I was busy the day of, so I didn't get to go to it.
Gotcha. Well, you've made it closer than the rest of us, it sounds like. So maybe one day we'll all get to go. When you do, let me know because I want to know your experience.
I wanted to go to that one.
You what?
I said I wanted to go to that one. I just didn't make it.
Didn't make it. You'll get to the next one, right? So auction sales, they're a little bit different than your typical real estate transaction. Auction sales are just in a totally different bucket, a different category. And with an auction sale, when that gavel comes down and the auctioneer says sold, congratulations, folks, we're under contract. Now, obviously, as soon as that gavel comes down, somebody is already working on putting that thing in writing because the next step is to get it signed. But with an auction, that bid has the effect of a written offer, and sold means just that. Auctioneers are duly licensed. How do they get away with this, you ask? Auctioneers are duly licensed. Not only do they have a real estate license, but they also have an auctioneer license. And because of that relationship with the seller, the auctioneer piece of it gives them the ability to bind that seller. Once the seller agrees to sell with the auctioneer, they're pretty much in. The crier may be the auctioneer, it may be somebody different. The crier is the one that talks really fast that nobody really understands. That's the crier. They at least have to have an auction license, not necessarily a real estate license. So you may have several people there, depending on the company, depending on the firm. But bottom line, the auctioneer has the ability to bind the seller. Auctions are usually, they're either going to be with reserve or without reserve. An auction with reserve means that the seller has the right to stop the bidding at any time. So if they're not satisfied with the opening bid, or if they're not satisfied with how the bidding is going, with reserve says they have the right to say, no, we're not doing this. An auction without reserve then means the seller gets what they get whenever that gavel comes down. So that auctioneer, as we mentioned, they're going to be an agent of the seller. They're going to be duly licensed. And it might be that you have the auctioneer and then you also have the crier, like we said. Just depends on the firm and the size of the company. And that's chapter 10. How about that? What have we been together? 2.5 hours, and we've already blown through one of the three chapters that we're spending our whole time together. What do you guys think? Was chapter 10 a pretty good review? Was it a good refresher? Kind of remind you of some of those words maybe you haven't seen since unit 10 back in
It was
pre-licensure.
gentle. It was very gentle.
Good, good. Well, I apologize, you guys. I was looking, we were going to Kahoot. If you know, you guys know Kahoot if you know me. But with our small number, Kahoot's not very fun. So what I'm going to do for us tomorrow, because I don't want anybody to feel like you're being put on the spot. That's the last thing I want to do. So what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to take those Kahoot questions, I'm going to put on our PowerPoints so you guys can so we can still make sure you're good. You can still answer the question, but I'm not going to put you on the spot of Kahoot. Is that fair? So we'll see some Q&As tomorrow night. I'll do that. I got me a note. I'll do that and I'll get those so we can at least see some questions and test our knowledge without making anybody feel awkward. So you have that to look forward to tomorrow. We'll do a quick refresher on chapter 10. What questions do I have? And while you guys are doing that, I need to stop sharing for just 1 second. So there you go. You guys can look at each other while I am getting us
I
ready
got a
for the next
question
day.
about the auction with reserve and without reserve.
Yeah.
Is it just as simple as writing it on a paper? Like, how do you determine whether you can do with reserve or, without?
Sure, it's going to be part of the agreement. It's going to be part of the agreement that the auctioneer signs with the seller. So I don't know if what they use is an exclusive listing agreement like what you and I use, but they have some kind of agreement that creates that agency relationship and that gives the auctioneer that power, that ability. So it's almost going to have to spell out to the seller. They
Okay.
have the option to bind you, and then it might even be like a checkbox, you know what I'm saying? Or it might be that the firm says we're only going to do without reserve, right? So it might be their policy, but bottom line, the seller should know going into that through the creation of their relationship, the seller should know if they have the ability to stop that bidding or not.
Okay. I didn't know if you had to have a certain kind of license or okay.
No, that auctioneer has the option. They have the choice. So what I want to do now, I want to kind of explain myself because I don't go in order of the syllabus. I go in the order that I think makes sense for us. So I'm going to put chapter 11 aside for the time being. We will come back and cover it. I promise we'll see it next week. But I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead into chapter 14. And specifically in chapter 14, we're going to start tonight talking about the math piece of it. Tomorrow night is going to be a big math night for us. I want us to go through our closing disclosure starting tonight, the big math piece being tomorrow, because that gives you guys about a week, a little over a week before your test to practice, to review, to get comfortable with this closing disclosure. If I went in the order of the syllabus, the CD is like the next to last thing that we would do, which would be like next Thursday for you to take a test on it on Saturday. And I don't think that's fair. So I'm going to skip around so I give you guys plenty of time, plenty of opportunities to review the CD. Reach out to me with any questions so we can work out any kinks. And we have all time to do this to get you ready for your test on the 18th. So is everybody good with the method behind my madness? Perfect. Another question for you guys. Do you all have the ability to print? Does everybody have me does? Rachel does? Dakota, do you have the ability to print?
If I go into my office,
Will you go into your office between now and the test?
yes.
Okay. For your exam, I need you guys to print and have on you a blank CD. I will let you use a blank CD for your test, but you got to bring it. If we were in person, I would be handing you a piece of paper right now, but we're not in person. So where I am, I'm in the online learning system. I'm under the section 4 material. And under the section 4 material is our blank CD. And if you guys will see section 4 blank CD, and you guys notice in the online learning system, all the tabs have this little thing. That's your download button. So if you will come in here and download it and print it, you can do 2 pages. It's a 2-page document. So you can either do 2 pages or you can do 1 page front and back. Can everybody get one of these for the test on Saturday? Because if you can, it's okay. But we need to make arrangements to get it for you for your test. So Dakota, you're good between now and the 18th?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
We're going to talk about this tomorrow. We're going to start looking at this tomorrow. If you can and you want to bring one to write on for class tomorrow, you can. You can use it for practice. You can do it 20 times if you want to. My big important thing is that you guys have it for your exam. We're going to start talking about it tomorrow. So if you want to bring a paper copy with you tomorrow, like I said, y'all, and this is one of the downfalls of Zoom, because I do wish I was standing in front of you guys and I could hand you a piece of paper right now, but I can't. So this is the best thing I can do. Is everybody good? Section 4, blank CD. And we may even start talking a little bit about this tonight. But we know, come into tomorrow knowing that it's going to be a pretty big math night. But it gives you guys time to think about it, sort it out, and get ready for that test on the 18th. Fair enough? Is everybody good? Are we on the same page? Head bobs? Okay. And if we log out tonight, you wake up tomorrow and say, oh my God, where was that blank CD? Text me, email me. I will get it to you if I know you need it. So with that being said, we are, like I said, skipping all around. And we're going to skip even ahead in 14. I got some stuff in 14 I skipped that, you know what, we'll come back and pick up. But I want to start having this conversation in chapter 14, starting on page 486, if you're following along in the book. And this is our section specifically on the settlement statement. This is the CD math. This is a pretty big piece of your test. Let me say this, or with that being said, your test is 40 questions. Of those 40 questions, 6 of them are math. 4 of them are going to be from this settlement statement, straight from the settlement statement. And then you're going to have 2 standalone proration problems. So we're going to talk about prorating tomorrow night. We're going to show you how we can do that. When we learn how to prorate, it's not only going to help you get the settlement statement math, but it's also going to help you get those 2 standalone questions as well. So 6 math total on this test. Math alone can't fail you, but if you're going to plan on missing those 6 math questions, you can't miss much else. So try the math. You might surprise yourself. You never know. So chapter 14, where are we? Page 486. Talking about the settlement statement. So we're going to first define some basic closing disclosure. CD is closing disclosure terminology. We're going to talk about that CD as mentioned. We're going to discuss some prorations. And then the highlight of this section is we're going to calculate the closing disclosure. Back in pre-licensing, you guys, or in your state exam, you guys had to answer the question, how much does your buyer have to bring to closing? And we had to go through and determine what's a debit to the buyer, what's a credit to the buyer, what's a debit to the seller, what's a credit to the seller. I call those mini CDs. Now that you've graduated, if you made it to post, guess what? Now we're going to do a full-blown closing disclosure. And we're going to actually look at the document instead of doing it on scratch paper. So our CDs, the highlight of this section. So let's start with some basic terminology, with some verbiage we can expect to see on those CDs. One thing we can expect to see is a debit. A debit is a charge against a party. A debit is money that you owe. So it indicates an amount that a party is responsible for paying at closing. It's money that they owe at closing. The opposite of a debit is a credit. Money is money, credit is money coming in. It's money coming in on your behalf. At settlement, you're either paying money out, debit, or you're getting money in, credit. That's the good news. We're only dealing with debits and credits. None of you are accountants, are you? No. Okay, good. In accounting world, debits and credits mean something totally different. And it's been my experience. We got to retrain our accountants in order to understand these problems. I tell you, I had an accountant once, that CD, he couldn't. He was like, can I just do this on a piece of paper? I'm like, quite frankly, I don't care what you do, just get the right answer, right? But he just couldn't, because he was already wired as an accountant, and he just couldn't unwire what he knew. He got through it his own way, and that's what I want to make sure we can do. But it doesn't sound like we have to worry about any of that, which is good. Prorations. Let's talk about things. Let's talk about prorations and things that we prorate. First off, what the heck is a proration? A proration is just making a shared expense fair between the two parties. Now, we're going to talk about examples of those shared expenses in just 1 second. But at settlement, at closing, there might be a shared expense that the parties have to make it right. They have to, somebody owes somebody some money, for example. The idea of settlement is to settle or finalize everything between the buyer and the seller. So if the parties owe each other money, for example, for an item that needs to be prorated, we're going to finalize it. We're going to finish it at settlement. In North Carolina, when we are prorating, we typically consider the seller responsible for the day of closing. When we are prorating, when we have that shared expense between the buyer and the seller. If it's not a shared expense, each party is responsible for their own thing, for their own debit. So for example, the buyer has charges to the lender. Those charges may happen on the day of settlement. The buyer's going to be responsible for that day because we're not prorating it. We're not sharing it. So when we prorate, we consider the seller responsible for the day of closing. I always remember it this way. When we woke up the morning of closing, who still owned the property? When our alarm clocks went off that morning, who owns the property? Seller still, right? So who gets to pay for today? Who's responsible for today? The seller. I don't care if closing's at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. When we woke up this morning, the seller owned the property. If everything goes according to plan today, when we wake up tomorrow, who owns the property? Can't really call them the buyer anymore, can you? Today they're the buyer, tomorrow they are the brand new owner. So their responsibility starts tomorrow. So what are some things that we typically prorate between buyer and seller? Well, this year's property taxes. We've got to share this year's expense. If you buy my house today, we're only in May, you buy my house today, is it fair for either one of us to pay the entire 2024 tax bill?
No.
Oh, no. So how do we make it fair? We're going to take that annual tax bill and we're going to prorate. We're going to share that expense between the parties. If the sale involves personal property and personal property taxes, that would be a prorated. Let's say if for an outside bill of sale, we negotiate the car in the garage. Buyers ask that all the time. You're showing property, buyers go, does the car come with the house? You know what I tell them? Anything's negotiable. I'm sure if you offer enough and the seller accepts it, then yes, the car will come with the house. That would be an outside bill of sale. And the property taxes for that, the personal property taxes for that car this year would be a prorated expense. HOA dues is a shared expense. HOA dues, they might be monthly, they might be quarterly, they might be semi-annually, they might be annually. Your test has to tell you. what the HOA dues. Your practice problems have to tell you how the HOA dues are paid. But even if HOA dues are monthly, again, if you're buying my house today, it's not fair for either one of us to be responsible for the entire month of May. So we're going to share that expense. Rent. In North Carolina, when the buyer buys, they buy honoring the existing lease, the existing tenant. So we got to look at that rent proration. We got to share that expense. And then the only other thing I can think of, maybe you guys can think of something else, but the only other thing I could think of with proration is when the buyer assumes the seller's loan. And when the buyer assumes the seller's loan, we got to prorate this month's interest. We'll talk a little bit more about that. We're going to work out that proration as well. But if the buyer's assuming the seller's loan, it means they're taking it over. So the seller made the mortgage payment on May 1st. We go to closing today. The buyer's going to make the mortgage payment on June 1st. We got to share that month, the month of May's interest. A true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to the other for the same amount. Put real estate aside for a second. Pretend that real estate doesn't exist just for 1 second. I owe you money and I'm going to hand you a check. When that check or cash, whatever, when that check leaves my hand, it's a debit to me, right? It's money coming out of my pocket. When that check enters your hand, it's a credit to you. It's money coming in. Did the amount of the check changed when we changed hands? I gave you an amount, you accepted that amount, debit or credit. A true proration, bring real estate back into it. A true proration is a debit to one party, credit to the other for the same amount. We're not, in real estate, we're not actually buyers and sellers aren't handing each other checks. We're hashing it all out on the settlement statement. We're also going to talk about something called a double debit. We may not do a proration. We may do a double debit. With a double debit, both parties are being charged. The seller will be debited their part, the buyer will be debited their part, and both parties will be debited at closing. The attorney will take both parties' debits, write one check to the county, and pay the property taxes on behalf of everybody. Does the county care where the check comes from? No. All they want to do is make sure that they got the taxes for the property, and the attorney may handle that in a double debit situation. We'll look at that scenario as well. We're in post licensing now. So we're going to use the 365-day calendar. We're going to use the actual days of the month. Yes, 2024 is a leap year. In post licensing world, it's not. I'm not rewriting all those problems for 1 year and then just turn around and write them all again next year. So if they want you to do a leap year, if they want you to have 29 days in February, the problem has to tell you. Otherwise, let's just pretend it's a 365-day year. And we're going to use the actual days of the month. For your test on Saturday, I'm going to give you the actual days of the month. I will tell you in the chat that there's 31 days in January and 28 days in February and 31 days in March. Because quite frankly, I would rather you guys spend your time studying chapters 10, 11, and 14 and not spend your time worrying about how many days are in August. So I will give you that so you guys will have that. Is that good? Stick to what's important, right? Like we said, when we're prorating, the seller is going to be responsible for the day of closing. So let's run through some proration scenarios. Actually, before we do that, let's take our last break. And then when we come back from our last break, we're going to talk about proration. We're going to run through some scenarios. And then before we leave, we'll talk about what tomorrow night's going to look like. But what I'm telling you right now, bring a blank CD if you can tomorrow. Bring some scratch paper, bring your calculator tomorrow. Tomorrow is our big math night, so just come prepared for that. So let's take 10. We come back, we're going to talk about some things to get you ready for tomorrow. Welcome back. So let's see what we got here. When we prorate, there's a couple different scenarios that we could possibly run into. One scenario, before I do that, let me ask you guys, does the date September 1st mean anything to you? It's probably not your birthday. What is what does that date September 1st mean?
Tax bill?
That's
Yeah,
right.
taxes are due.
September 1st is when the tax bill is due. So if we go to closing on May 7th, for example, do we know this year's taxes yet? The bill hadn't even come out. They haven't even set the rate yet. Taxes cannot be paid prior to September 1st. So a couple of these scenarios we need to talk about. What if they're unpaid prior to September 1st? What if they're unpaid after September 1st? So that date, September 1st, is important when it comes to prorating taxes. And we're going to look at those scenarios. Before we do that, though, let's talk about in the situation when taxes have been paid by the seller prior to closing, which means when we get to closing, the tax bill for the year has already been paid. I don't know anything yet, but I do know when looking at this slide, closing is September 1st or later. Can we all agree with that? Why do I know that? Because they've already been paid. That date is September 1st. That's really big. And that's going to help you guys maybe sort through some of these proration questions. Have been paid by the seller prior to closing. It's going to be after September 1st. When I prorate, I like visuals. I like pictures. I like to see what it is I'm prorating. So the first thing I'm going to do when I am prorating this year's taxes, annual taxes, I'm going to draw myself a timeline where I can look at just this year. What separates the timeline, what divides the timeline is going to be the day of closing. So taxes have been paid, closings after September 1st. I don't know. When do y'all want to go to closing? Do you want to go, let's go like October 15th. That seems like a good time to go to closing. The seller owns a property the front part of the year. The buyer owns a property the latter part of the year. All we did was take that information. Taxes have been paid. Closings on October 15th. Seller owns the front part of the year. Buyer owns the latter part of the year. Without touching a calculator, who has the bigger tax responsibility this year?
This year, the seller.
The seller. So sometimes without touching a calculator, we might be able to eliminate an answer choice. If it was a situation where the buyer had the bigger responsibility, we could eliminate an answer choice before we ever touch a calculator. I encourage you guys to look at those answer choices. You always got 4. Your post-licensing exams are multiple choice. You got a 25% chance of getting it right. If you can eliminate one, you've just given yourself a 33.3% chance of getting it right. Y'all want to go to Vegas on 25% odds or 33% odds? It's a better shot to go on 33%, right? So look at the answers on those 2 proration questions. Look at the answers before you ever touch a calculator and ask yourself these kind of questions. So taxes have been paid, which means after I draw my proration, after I draw it out, the next question I like to ask myself is who owes who? So if the seller has paid the entire year tax bill, the whole year has been paid. The question is, who owes whom?
So that would be a debit to the buyer or credit to the seller.
And what we're saying when we say debit to the buyer and credit to the seller is that the buyer owes the seller for the period of time that they own the property. If the seller is going to pay taxes on the 16th, I'm sorry, on the 15th, that means the buyer's responsibility starts the next day through, there we go, through the end of the year. So this shows us, this allows us to see what it is we're looking at in the tax, in the year, the tax year. Who's already paid, who owes whom, as we said, because the seller is paid for the whole year. Put yourself in the seller's shoes. You paid the whole year's taxes, but you didn't live there the whole year. Aren't you trying to get some money from somebody? And the only other person you can collect from is the buyer. So the buyer is going to owe the seller, and settlement statement verbiage is going to shake out as a debit the buyer, credit the seller for the period of time that the buyer owns the property. When we're counting forward on the timeline, I need you guys to be very, very careful and make sure you count the number of days right. When you're counting forward on that timeline, it's easy to get, especially in this example, the month of October, the rest of October. So I want you guys, I got a tried and true method. Don't care about how you look. I just want you guys to get it right. And when you guys are counting forward, I suggest that you count it out on your fingers to make sure we get the number of days right. So in October, there are 31 days in October. So they start paying on the 16th, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I'm getting 16 days left in October. There are 30 days in November, and there are 31 days in December.
You look like me counting. I usually use if I have a calendar, I usually use a calendar and go 1, 2, 3, 4.
And if you guys had a calendar, that's what I would tell you guys to do. But Dakota, I suggest that you count it out on your fingers because it's easy to forget. If you look at this, it's easy to forget about this day. And if you just look at it, you may say there's only 15 days left in October. But if you actually take the time to count it out, you're going to get 16. I would rather you guys take the time to count it out. If you're going to miss these problems, miss them because you don't understand what you're doing. Don't miss them because you didn't count right.
That's what I was talking about. I count each individual day. Like if I see the calendar, I start on like day number 16. I'll be like on the 16th, I count that as 1, 17th, I count as 2. So I'm counting with my fingers, but I'm sitting there clicking on the date.
Exactly. And for your test, you don't have that calendar. So I need you to utilize these things, right? Count it out. Absolutely. So we got 77 days that the buyer owns the property this year. That's how many days that the buyer's responsibility is going to be. The next piece, the problem's got to give you the annual tax bill. For our purposes for right now, I'm just going to make a number up. Once we see some practice problems, we'll see that they give us a figure. So how much y'all want to pay for taxes this year? Let's pay
$1,100.
$1,100, Rochelle says. So $1,100 is our annual tax bill. If this is my annual tax bill, I need to break that down to daily. And how am I going to break an annual tax bill down to daily?
Divide by 365.
We're going to divide by 365. So I got 1,100 divided by 365, which tells us taxes are going to be 0.136986, or if we want to round, 3.01. How much are taxes every single day this year? $3.01. How much are they on March 15th? $3.01. How much are they on October 15th? $3.01. We took that annual tax bill divided by 365 to get daily. I know this buyer's responsibility is for 77 days. So if we say times $3.01, we get what'll shake out on the settlement statement where the buyer owes the seller $231.71. Put yourself back in the seller's shoes. Do you feel whole now? Do you feel like the buyers paid their fair share and you've paid your fair share and everybody's happy? And that's what proration is all about. So first scenario, taxes have been paid prior to closing. Questions here? Can I erase the pink? Very good. Another scenario, if taxes have been paid, then another scenario that we got two options on, and if taxes have not been paid. If taxes have not been paid, that's where we need to stop and ask ourselves, what date are we going to closing? Have not been paid, that date of September 1st tells us how we proceed. If taxes have not been paid prior to September 1st, the problem may not tell you that they have not been paid. But we know that it's before September. We know there's no way they could have been paid. Is everybody been with me? Is everybody with me? So if we go to closing, the problem says closings on May 7th, prorate taxes. On May 7th, have taxes been paid? No, there's no way. It's not going to tell us. That date is so important. So have not been paid by the seller prior to closing. We have our first option is to prorate. We're going to debit one party and credit the other for the same amount. So again, anytime I see the word prorate, I just draw myself a timeline so I can see what it is that I'm dealing with. You guys like pictures? I like pictures. And this is what we're doing right now, is giving ourselves some pictures. So let's go to closing today. Seller owns a property the front part of the year, buyer owns a property the latter part of the year. Don't touch a calculator. Who has the bigger responsibility this year? The buyer. By drawing it out, we can see that really easy. So draw it out first. That's the first thing I recommend with prorating. Draw it out first so you can see what it is that you're looking at. Keep it in mind, the dividing factor of the timeline is the day of closing. So we're going to go to closing today on May 7th. Taxes have not been paid. The next question we need to ask ourselves is, who owes whom? If the taxes have not been paid, because the tax bill hasn't come out yet, the bill comes out, and later in the year, the buyer will be responsible for the whole year. I did not just say the buyer will pay them. I said the buyer will be responsible because it's going to come out of their escrow account. But whose escrow account? Who's responsible for the whole year?
It's going to be debit.
Buyer. So Dakota, yep. What are we saying?
I was saying debit the seller, credit the buyer.
So the seller owes the buyer for the period of time that they own the property, including the day of settlement. As the buyer, do you now feel whole? As the buyer, this is that much less that you have to bring to closing. So when that tax bill comes due, you've already received that money. The seller's responsibility is going to be 31 days in January, 28 days in February, 31 days in March, 30 days in April, and then 7 days in May. 8 plus 31 plus 30 plus 7. The seller's responsibility, we are 127 days into the year. The last example, we had an annual tax bill of $1,100. We divided by 365, and I got daily taxes of $3.01. So if we can still use that same example since we got it, 127 days times $3.01 gives us a debit the seller, credit the buyer. The seller owes the buyer for their portion of the taxes. Their portion of the taxes is $382.27. Questions on taxes have not been paid and closing is before September 1st. Can I erase the pink? Anybody have the pink? So what if taxes have been paid and closing is after September 1st? Taxes have not been paid, closing is after September 1st. That's when we're going to do our double debit. The seller will be responsible for their portion. The buyer will be responsible for theirs. Each party will have a debit. I'm still dealing with taxes. I still think it's helpful, even though I'm not prorating. I do think it's helpful to see what it is we're talking about. So now we have taxes have not been paid, my annual timeline. Let's go back to closing on October 15th. Seller owns the front part of the year, buyer owns the latter part of the year. What's happening now is the attorney is going to say, we need to get taxes for this property taken care of, and we're so close to the end of the year. The tax bills come out. We're so close to the end of the year. Let's just go ahead and take care of this so we don't have to worry about it. And the attorney is going to do a double debit. They're going to debit the seller for the period of time that they own the property, and they're going to debit the buyer for the period of time that they own the property. We count the days, we times that by our daily taxes, 301 if that's the example we're using. If I may make a recommendation, I would suggest, y'all help me, what was the information we used? I had annual taxes of $1,100 and they were what, $3.01 a day? Does anybody remember how many days the buyer had without making me count again? Do you remember that?
16.
You
For the
said how
rest
many
of the
days
year.
the buyer had?
Yeah, for the rest.
127.
No, that was the
127.
seller on the last one. So we have
Oh,
16,
77.
77, thank you. So we counted, we had the 16, 17, da 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 da. So we had however many days in October that was, 30 days in November and 31 days in December. So thank you, Rachel. The buyer owes for 77 days. The seller owes 365 minus 77. The seller owes the rest. If I may make a suggestion, when you guys are counting double debit, I would count the party that has the fewer days first. So in this case, I would calculate the buyer's debit, and then I would just deduct that from the annual bill. Otherwise, you're sitting there counting January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. That could take you some time. So I say in this case, just count up the buyer, and whatever we come up with, 77 times the daily taxes, deduct that from your annual tax bill, and that should get us to what the seller owes. However you arrive at it, the seller's responsible for their portion of the taxes, the buyer's responsible for theirs. the attorney sends one check into the county on behalf of the property. So with a double debit, we're not prorating because the parties aren't paying each other. The parties paying their own debt. And we can only do that after the tax bills come out on September 1st. So taxes have not been paid. If it's prior to September 1st, we're going to do credit the buyer, debit the seller. If it's after September 1st, we're going to do a double debit. Thoughts? Can I erase the pink? Taxes are just one thing that we prorate. HOA dues work awfully similar, except the double debit thing with HOA dues. But with HOA dues, they either have been paid prior to settlement, in which we would do a debit the buyer, credit the seller, or they have not been paid prior to settlement, in which we would do the credit the buyer, debit the seller. I got a little worksheet for you guys tomorrow that we're going to look at. I call it my little cheat sheet. And it answers the question, who pays for what? And you guys can use it while you're practicing, while you're getting ready for your exam. The common question is, can I use the cheat sheet for my test? And the answer is no. But you can use it for anything up until that point. So we'll go over that cheat sheet tomorrow. We'll look at that. But HOA works the same. Credit one party, debit the other, depending on if they've been paid or not. We're going to I want to put prorating HOA dues and rent. Kind of want to put that off to the side for now. This would be a good refresher for us, maybe like Thursday or next week, once we put proration down for the weekend. So come back and revisit this. Right now, I just want to focus on taxes because that's what we're going to look at tomorrow. Do I have any questions just on prorating taxes? We'll see the rest of this. We'll also talk about prorating interest, because I think that's something we talk about what the future is going to look like. And I think buyers assuming the seller's loan is something we're going to see some more of in our very near future. So we'll run through that scenario as well. The last thing for here right now, another thing I want to talk about is something called interim interest. Interim interest is something that the lender charges the borrower. So interim interest is going to be a debit the buyer. Interim interest allows the borrower to get caught up on their interest payment. The lender wants to collect the interest from the day they originate the loan. The loan is originated on the day of closing. And the lender wants their interest from the day of closing. Let's talk about what's going on here. Interest is charged in arrears. When you guys see that, I really want you to see the word rear. Interest is charged in arrears. So when you made your mortgage payment on May 1st, you were paying April's interest. That's what we mean by arrears. When you make your mortgage payment on June 1st, you're paying May's interest. Everybody with me so far? When the lender originates the loan, again, I like my pictures, like my little timelines. So let's see. When we originate the loan, let's go to closing a little later this month. Let's go to closing on May 25th. Whenever there's a new loan originated, the borrower does not have a mortgage payment the first of the month after closing. Whenever you originate a loan, we always skip the first. So if we're going to closing on May 25th, there is no mortgage payment due on June 1st. This buyer's first mortgage payment will be on July 1st. And when they make that payment in July, they're paying June's interest. You'll remember your principal and interest is the same every month for the life of the loan. We cannot have a mortgage payment on June 1st because if we did, we would be charging the buyer for the entire month of May. They didn't own the property the entire month of May, though, did they? So we can't give them a mortgage payment. So instead, we're going to allow them to skip the first. The lender doesn't require mortgage payment until July 1st. But at closing, they're going to want to collect interim interest. And interim interest is the borrower getting caught up on their interest payment. At closing, the lender will collect interest from the day of closing to the last day of that month. Never, ever, ever go into the next month. You've just double charged your buyer's interest. So interim interest is from the day of closing to the last day of that month. This gets the borrower caught up on their interest payments, and the lender knows they'll get interest for June 1st when that payment is made on July 1st. So we know the buyers from the day of closing to the last day of that month. To figure out the number of days, we need to count it out on our calendar or our fingers, whichever one we have available. So we're going to count the 25th, the 26th, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. Is it really easy to look at that and say, oh, that's 6 days? Take the time to count it out. There are 7 days that the buyer owes their lender for interim interest. Questions on this piece before we look at the rest of it? How I got 7 days, why we're doing what we're doing.
So are you counting the day? Are you counting one for 25 instead of going to the 26 and starting?
I am, because I'm not prorating. This isn't a shared expense between the buyer and the seller. This is something that the buyer owes their lender.
See, I'd have messed that up even if I counted.
So yeah, so we got to know. Prorating, the buyer's responsibility starts the day after closing. Anything else to do with the buyer, they're going to be responsible for the day of closing. Good question. Thank you. I know the number of days. Now we need to figure out how much. So if I take the balance, on the day of closing, the balance is going to be the loan amount. On the day of closing, how much do you owe the lender? You owe them the entire loan amount. So we're going to take the balance times the interest rate. And that gives us annual interest. Divide it by 365 to break that down to daily. So the balance is the loan amount on the day of closing. And the balance times the interest rate gives us annual interest. Divide that by 365 to get daily interest. So how much? Let's make stuff up on the fly. This is always fun. How much, what's y'all's loan amount? What you want to get a loan for? Give me a number, any number.
525,000.
525,000. I knew somebody wanted to buy a big house. So we're getting a loan amount. It's bigger than that, right? But we know we're getting a loan for 525,000. What's your interest rate on that loan, Dakota?
7.25. That seems about right nowadays.
I was going to say, I know. It's shocking, isn't it? So we take the balance, the loan amount, times our interest rate.
Without a calculator. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, now, huh? That's all you. I don't even add without a calculator anymore because my little brain, y'all, I'm telling you what, especially at 9:48 at night. So we take the balance times the interest rate, and I get annual interest of $38,062.50. Let's break that down to daily. Daily interest is $104.28. I'm going to have to come over here, running out of room.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, but it's a big loan. I'm glad you gave me a big number instead of this 100,000 stuff that we always mess with. So
Yeah,
104.28.
that was 2014 stuff.
Yeah, right. It's a totally a different time. So 104, let's see, we owe for 7 days. So there will be for interim interest a debit to the buyer. They owe their lender $729.96. This will get them caught up on their interest payment. The lender has received interest for the rest of May, including the day that they originated the loan. The lender will get their interest for June 1st when the buyer makes their very first payment on July 1st. What questions do I have? Knees good? Michelle, how you doing over there?
I'm good. The lawyer takes care of this too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. And that's a great point, Rachel. Thank you. You and I are not the ones calculating these CDs. The attorney. And quite frankly, guys, if we're being honest, the paralegal is the one calculating these CDs. But I'll be honest, don't feel too bad for the paralegal. They got a program. And all they do is put the numbers in and it beep, boop, boop, and it calculates it. Our job is to verify it. Our job is to make sure that that $729.96 that your buyer's being charged is accurate. So we need to know where they got that number so we can verify it. And that's what we're doing here. But that is because I tend to forget to remind you guys, in the real world, we're not calculating these things. In the real world, they're not either. They just put it in a computer program and it does it. But what happens if that computer program goes down? Somebody's got to know how to do it, right? I had a paralegal in my post licensing class once, a real estate attorney's paralegal in my post licensing class. And that young lady could not do the settlement statement to save her life. And I'm like, isn't this what you do for a living? And she's like, yeah, but we just put numbers in the software and then it does it. And I'm like, then why are we doing it? That doesn't seem fair, right? But everybody needs to have that understanding, and that's why we're doing it. Dakota, you okay over there? Doing okay? Perfect. All right. So
My brain's doing all it can. It's like I said, it's been a day.
I hear you.
Like my day started off. I was a little bit late to my 301 class due to the fact my tire blew out. So I was on the side of the road doing that. On the way to meet a client to show them two homes where I could get back in time.
Before you could get in time.
Yeah.
I know these night classes I know they can be tough.
No, this
So
would
we
be fine. This would be fine moving forward, and especially next week, whenever it's only this class, it'll be definitely fine.
Yeah, you double dip this week. So we
It's
just
been a
got to
long
get
day.
through. I bet it has. I bet it has. So let me start getting us ready for tomorrow. There's a couple things. You guys got the blank CD again. If you want to bring one tomorrow, we're going to talk about this thing and what it looks like. Another thing, and I think I got to stop sharing to share it with you. So I'll do that in just a second, but there's a couple things I want to share with you guys in the chat. But before I get to the other thing, let's go back for a minute. Do you guys remember earlier tonight when we started? And the question came up about whether or not our emails can bind buyers and sellers if that contract. And what the answer was, be careful, because it could be. It's not happened in North Carolina yet, but it could be that it's coming. That conversation, I finally found this email. I was looking for this, and I'll put this in the chat so you guys can have it and grab it and look at it. But that conversation came from a real estate commission e-bulletin. Let me stop. Are you guys getting the e-bulletin? You've been licensed now at least long enough to get the e-bulletin from the real estate commission. They send it out on the 1st of the month, and they're really good, and it's jam-packed full of information such as this. I'll show you where you can sign up for it if you're not getting it. So we'll see that, because we need to, it's the only way for the commission to communicate with us, all of us. So we'll make sure we get you on. So what this is saying, this is talking about when that might happen. Talking about this first little paragraph is talking about the swiftness in the market. Exactly what Dakota said is that we're not negotiating on paper anymore. A lot of our negotiations are happening in our emails and texts. And this is where we need to be careful. It's reminded that a contract must be in writing and signed by all parties. The fact that it's been signed must be communicated. That's what satisfies us under the statute of frauds. Since today's transactions can be quick in between emails and texts, listing brokers and buyers agents between those brokers and clients, negotiating between themselves, that it before reducing it to writing. So communications can go back and forth, counter offers, responses, etc., further negotiations. So what's the big deal? We need to be careful what we say. Emails and electronic communications can be subject to lawsuits, damaging to the parties. Here's reference to a lawsuit that they've already had about this in Massachusetts. You're welcome to search that and look it up. And then it goes on to talk to us about the UETA. And of course, the big thing that they're saying is what I'm saying. Watch what you say and how you say it. Make sure you're not accidentally binding your buyer, your seller. And that's exactly what this article is covering. So I'm going to now stop sharing. I think I learned a long time ago that the best way for me to get you guys stuff is to stop sharing. So I'm attempting now. Y'all pull your chats up.
Do all of you work with Lane or no?
All of who?
Like the teachers or instructors?
Nah. No, we're all with different firms. We're all over the state. We are everywhere.
Yeah, I think Jane is though, right?
Yeah, Jane's an agent of Lane.
What is Nancy? Does she has her own thing, I guess.
She's down in South Carolina. She's in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
That's right.
Did you guys get the attachment? Did you get that article in your chat? Again, just kind of for your reference, but that's exactly what Dakota was asking about earlier. And that's just kind of what prompted me to say, y'all be careful what you say and how you say it.
Did you want us to click on it?
If you want it. I mean, if you want it to read it, there it is for you. If you don't want it, don't click on it. But it came up, so I wanted to help get you guys that information. Another thing I want to go ahead, let me share with you. And then I'll pull my screen back up where we can look at it together. So first off, let me share it with you. And this is our document. This is the cheat sheet I was referring to. And we're going to look at this in just a second, but I want to make sure you guys got it first, and it might still be loading. You guys get it yet? You did? Okay, so you got that who pays for what? I do want you to click on that. I do want you to save that If you want to print it out, you have it. Again, this is the cheat sheet. I want you guys to have this either on your computer or on a piece of paper in front of you tomorrow when we're going through our closing disclosure. Because a big part in this CD is understanding exactly that. Who is typically responsible for paying what? Who is going to be typically responsible for getting that credit or debit in at closing? So we first look at the seller's debits. The seller's typically going to be responsible for our commission, unless we're told otherwise. The seller is going to be responsible to have the deed prepared. The seller is going to be responsible for excise tax. We're going to talk about excise tax. We'll do a refresher on excise tax tomorrow night. Always do what the problem tells you. What this worksheet gives us is typical. If the problem tells you that the buyer's paying the commission, for example, then you do what the problem tells you. If the problem doesn't specify, this sheet tells us that the seller will pay the commission. So I really do think if you guys spend some time with this sheet between now and the 18th, it'll help you get through these a little bit quicker. In addition to the commission, deed prep, and excise tax, the seller is also responsible for paying off all their existing outstanding loans, all their outstanding liens, delinquent real property taxes. If the seller never paid 2023 taxes, they're going to have to pay it before that deed changes hands. They're going to have to pay it as a debit. Delinquent and current personal property taxes. So anything they have due or anything past due will show up as a debit to the seller. The buyer has more debits than the seller. So one strategy you might want to take is memorizing the seller's debits and then knowing everything else is a debit the buyer. So the first three things in the seller debits, I always say C, D, E, because these are things that could, ooh, does the seller pay that? Does the buyer pay that? I'm telling you, the seller pays it. The rest of these things, I think we can look at and tell that it's a debit the seller. You're not going to have the buyer responsible for last year's taxes, for example. So I highlight commission, deed prep, and excise tax, just so we can make sure we see those as seller debits. Then we look at buyer debits, things that are typically debit to the buyer unless we're told otherwise. So any of their home or any of their inspections, anything they do during their due diligence period, their contract to closing process. So the home inspection, pest inspection, septic, well, water, radon, lead, all that will be a debit to the buyer unless we're told otherwise. The buyer is going to be responsible for their homeowner's insurance. They're going to pay the first year at closing. The buyer is responsible for all loan fees. May that be discount points, origination fee, credit report fee, application fee, interim interest, private mortgage insurance. The relationship is between the lender and the buyer. So the borrower will be responsible for all the loan fees for the lender. The buyer is going to pay to have their brand new deed recorded. The buyer is going to pay to have the lender's deed of trust. Remember, our deed of trust is just the lender's mortgage, and they're going to pay to have that recorded. I want to make sure we see the difference here. The seller is responsible to having the deed prepared. The buyer is responsible for having the deed recorded. Do we see the difference there? I always remember it this way. When the attorney is getting the deed ready for settlement, whose deed is it? It's still the seller's deed. So they're going to be the one to pay to have it prepared. Whose best interest is it for them to get their brand new deed on record? the buyers, so they're gonna pay to have it recorded. Do we see that? Do we see that difference, head bobs? What I hear an instructor say once, what do they call it? Puppy dog heads? Give me some puppy dog heads, head bobs, right? Okay, as long as we're all seeing that, prepared versus recorded. The buyer is responsible for title insurance. And on the day of settlement, if a lender's involved, there's going to be two policies. One for the lender has their interest covered through title insurance and they let the buyer pay for it. The other policy that the buyer's paying for at closing is the owner's policy, but understand what they're paying for is the policy that kicks in when they become the owner. When you guys see title insurance owner's policy, we're referring to the new owner. We're referring to the buyer. So they pay for it at settlement. It's a one-time fee. It's not like you have to renew it every year. It's a one-time fee. It's paid for at settlement by the buyer. It covers the buyer for as long as they own the property. It covers the lender for as long as they got an outstanding loan, as long as they still have an interest. Buyer is responsible for their survey. Buyer hires the attorney. So the buyer gets to pay the attorney's fees. They're responsible for the attorney's fees. There's going to be some lender required advanced escrow deposits. We'll talk about this tomorrow night. But most lenders require, for example, 2 months of taxes to cushion the escrow account. 2 months of homeowner's insurance, for example, to cushion the escrow account. We'll talk more about that tomorrow night. There's also things at settlement that the buyer has already paid, unless we are told otherwise. The appraiser has already been paid. The credit report has already been paid. The appraiser is not going to go out and do their thing until they've been paid. The lender can't pay the credit report. So we need to know that these things are POC so we don't charge our buyer for them again. One thing we're going to learn tomorrow night, all money that changes hands as a part of this transaction must show up on the CD. So even though the appraiser's already been paid, we still got to put that on the CD. And we will look at tomorrow night where that goes, but we need to make sure we get it in the right place so we don't double charge that buyer. We don't want to double dip them. Buyer credits. Earnest money deposit. We're going to look at due diligence in just a second, but only a buyer credit. There's only one charge for the earnest money, not a charge, but it's going to be a credit to the buyer. Another buyer credit on the day of settlement. The loan is a credit to the buyer. The buyer needs that money to buy this house today. The lender is bringing them that money on their behalf. What did we just say? A loan for $525,000. I am giving you today $525,000 to use to buy this house. You will spend the next 30 years paying me back. So on the day of settlement, the loan is a credit to the buyer. We also have, here's our prorated, so you can see our taxes, whether they have been paid, have not been paid. Same thing with our HOA dues. What do? That has got a double debit on there. I doubt you're going to see that with HOA. I wouldn't worry about credit the seller, debit the buyer, credit the buyer, debit the seller. Yeah.
I had a question. I think I kind of understand it, but as far as like some of these things that we're going over, they're going to be on professional services form that you fill out. In the top line, whenever it's talking about accountant and all that other stuff, what does that actually mean on professional services?
Can we hold off on that and talk about professional services disclosure maybe tomorrow or Friday or something,
Are
or
we getting
Thursday? Yeah.
are we getting into that as well?
I try really hard to look at the professional services disclosure, but it's not a form in this class. So if we have time, if I do try to work that one in because it's a good form.
It's just
But
the top box is the one I was talking about. Just that.
I want us to stay focused here. So
Yeah.
put the professional disclosures off to the side for a minute, and we'll try, as time allows, we'll try to look at that one. That's always one I have a question mark by, like I said, if time allows.
Okay, thank you.
Rent, again, I think the scenario we're going to see is that rent has been collected. I don't know. The problem would have to tell you if rent's not being collected, but I would think what we're going to see has been collected. So the seller owes the buyer, debit the seller, credit the buyer. We'll look at a rent proration scenario. We're also going to look at that interest on the assumed loan. So if the buyer assumes the seller's loan, we'll talk about that. What I want us to focus on for the test, what we're going to see most is the taxes and maybe see an HOA. We'll talk more about that tomorrow night. The last piece of our cheat sheet is a double entry item. Double entry means it's going to show up on the CD twice. That's what I'm saying there. The sales price is going to show up twice. It's going to be a credit to the seller and a debit to the buyer. The buyer owes the seller the purchase price in exchange for the property. That's the whole gist of our 17-page offer to purchase and contract. Due diligence fee may also be a double entry, will also be a double entry item. Debit the seller, credit the buyer. I think it's important that we see this because this tends to cause confusion. Earnest money, I only see once. Due diligence fee, we see twice. Remember what's happening to the earnest money while we're under contract. Does the seller ever touch the earnest money? No, the earnest money's been hanging out in an escrow account. The seller never touches it. So I have nothing to do with the seller with the earnest money deposit at settlement. Earnest money and due diligence will always be credited back to the buyer at closing. But with due diligence, we also need to debit the seller. They've already received that money once. We can't let them get it again. I know we're not accountants, but let me ask you guys an accountant question. What cancels out a debit? How do you cancel out a debit? With a credit. What cancels out a credit? A debit. So a lot of what we're doing, debits and credits, we might be canceling something out. Back up when we went under contract. When we went under contract, didn't the buyer hand the seller a check? So when we went under contract, that due diligence was a debit the buyer. Where'd it go? There we go. Debit the buyer, credit the seller. This is what the due diligence was doing when we went under contract. How do we reverse that? Debit the seller, credit the buyer at settlement. We look at our buyers when we go under contract, and what do we tell them? Congratulations, you're under contract. Go get me 2 checks. One for due diligence, one for earnest money. And both of those amount will be credited back to you at closing. So we need to make sure that we do that. Assumptions, I wouldn't worry so much about the rest of that. I think all we're going to see, what we're going to deal with, the rest of that is just kind of there, FYI. So the sales price and the due diligence. Again, I give this to you guys now. I mean, this is day 1, and we're already into this because I want you to have time to sort through this, work through this worksheet, work a couple practice problems, all to get you ready for your test on the 18th. So have this handy tomorrow. Well, first off, do I have any questions about our cheat sheet? Okay. So have this handy tomorrow. I'm going to let you guys use this up until your test, and especially as we're just getting started, just introducing ourselves to this. Tomorrow, we're going to work a closing disclosure together. We're going to go through both of us. We're going to talk about that CD, both of us, all four of us. We're going to go through that CD and look at it, talk about what it means. We're going to work one together. And then I can't require it because it's not the syllabus. So I call it a highly recommended homework assignment for you guys. Give you the opportunity to work one on your own. I can't make you. If you don't do it, you don't do it. But I do recommend it because I always say, if you can do the homework assignment, you are prepared for the closing disclosure that you can expect to see on your exam on the 18th. How about that? It's not just any highly recommended homework assignment. It's one to prepare you for your test. So we'll look at all that tomorrow. I'll show you which one that is. We'll go over that together next week together, and we'll look at that. Woo, it is 10:14 p.m. How are y'all feeling? You still with me? I know, right? It's been a day. You guys signed up for the night class, so here we are. What questions can I answer? Comments, concerns? Well, guys, that's what I got for tonight. Y'all have a good night. Sleep fast. And we'll do it again, what, tomorrow? 5:45 tomorrow night, right? Same time, same place. Remember to use the Zoom login from today's email. I would just discard the email from Saturday because something's wrong with that Zoom log on. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you.
See
Have a good
guys
night.
tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.